Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Saṅgha. I trust you are as well as you can be in this moment, and if you're not feeling like that's true for you, that's okay. You're allowed to be exactly as you are, and I hope you find peace and relaxation in this space. We are just beginning. Welcome, dear Zach and Kev. Hello. Our first guests are arriving. Allow me to say hello, dear Kev and Milf and Cookies, Auntie Jacqueline. Hello, dear David and Dinks. And thank you, dear Kev, for the heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. There's a lot of feelings going around in the world right now, and that's absolutely okay. As long as we understand that this too shall pass, whatever we're going through. To start off our Saṅgha today, of which I'd like to be the host, and hopefully a humble servant of you, allow me to start with an invocation to the Gayatri Mantra, or of the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur-bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Welcome, Dinks. How are you doing at this moment? I'd love to know what kind of feelings to hold space for in the Saṅgha today. If you're willing to share, of course. Namaste, dear Sky Guardian. Hello, dear Dolan, Teddy, dear Cody Jane. Namaste, dear Jenny and Justin. Welcome, Dawn, Scoob. Namaskaram, dear Jackie. And Nutton. You kept saying that to your mom, dear Kev. That this too shall pass. It's working, you think? I think we all need that reminder from time to time. I am doing well. Thank you for asking, dear Cody Jane. How are you? You're feeling creative, shares Kev. That's a good feeling to be. And you are doing well, dear Dinks. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, and thank you for sending love. Howdy, Scoob. That's funny, dear Justin. Welcome, dear Yarrow. You like my tie, shares Kev? I'm happy to hear that. I'm a big fan of bow ties. And namaste, dear spiritual vibes, and thank you for sharing the live. Never expected, but always appreciated. I know that it helps, obviously, extend the live to someone new. I think it also influences the algorithm. And so the live stream gets pushed to more and more feeds, which is up to you whether you want to contribute to that. Of course, I'm happy with the people that are here now, but I'm sure many will come and go as they please. And if you feel like this space is one that more people could benefit from, that would certainly make me happy. But that reminds me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, etc. May we all come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. And welcome, dear Phi Omega, and hello, Vlad, and thank you for sharing the live, dear Kev. Dear Justin, you wonder, what is it like being reborn in hell? I think we all know what that's like when we have low moments, when we feel like the world is collapsing around us, or when we're anxious or depressed, or when we're going through heartbreak. someone we love has passed away, or we get broken up with, or we're struggling with our health, I think we all know what it's like to be in despair or agony. We all know what it's like to suffer. The good news is that suffering never lasts forever. And even in those moments, there's something that we can learn from. And that's a choice we can all make, no matter what we're going through, to try to see something of value in this experience. Not to validate any injustice per se, but for us to be able to come out stronger, wiser, with our head on our shoulders and love in our heart and possibilities to manifest. Welcome, dear Melissa. I'm happy you find something to be grateful for here, dear Scoov. I'm grateful for you. And thank you for the follow, dear Sarah. Justin, you ask, do I have a cult you can join? No. My identity is not found in any group or organization or community in particular. My religion is humanity. That way we're all together, and there's no us versus them, no inside versus outside group, just our shared humanity or life. And I look forward to learning from you just as much as perhaps there's anything in my experience to share. We're all equal here. Dear Seth, you ask, what if the suffering stops, but the pain persists, as it's still an unpleasant state? Well, I'd have to ask what suffering and pain mean for you in your vocabulary. Once the suffering stops, yes, we may have pain, but as long as the suffering is gone, then it's okay at that point. We could say that pain is something we feel physically, but suffering is something we feel mentally. And truly, all we have to transcend is what's going on in the mind, not the body. Unfortunately, there are times in which the body is going to be in pain, and that's okay. It's a part of life to be able to grow even during those moments. Pain doesn't have to take you away from anything. Pain can bring you closer to the present moment. And that ability to empathize with others who go through similar pains validates their experience as well as your own, knowing that you're not alone in what you're going through. Hello, dear Karen, and thank you for finding beauty in the soul that we share. And thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for the flowers that you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. Welcome, dear Lisa, and Wild Hog, and Zarina, and Sam. Welcome, everyone, and thank you, Amir, for the follow. Dear Justin, you ask, what's my favorite breakfast sandwich? Well, I suppose any sandwich can be for breakfast if you just eat it for the first thing in your day. I actually am not one to eat breakfast myself. I tend to fast until around 9 or 10 p.m. I have my first meal long after the sun sets, and usually my only meal. And I find that that works best for me. I like keeping myself very light for most of my day. I've discovered there's a difference between being hungry and having an empty stomach. And when you're hungry, you should definitely eat. But when you have an empty stomach, that's when your energy levels are at their highest. Because your digestive system is not taking a huge portion of energy. Which is ironic, considering that we get energy from our digestive system. But it requires a lot of energy to go in order to get some energy out. Just like scientists are struggling with their fusion reactors. It takes a lot of energy to get their reaction going. And then hopefully, if you put enough energy in, eventually you'll get even more energy out. If you can make it an efficient system. But if you can store that energy, then the energy that you get afterwards is unimpeded by the energy that you originally put in. So too in the human body, and you'll find that your mind is the most agile on an empty stomach. But I could treat myself once a month to a hobbit-like meal just for fun. What is a hobbit-like meal? I wonder. Tatvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jaya Ramana Maharshi. And dear Isabella, thank you for your heart meet. Ganganapataye Namaha. Thank you for sharing the live with so many people, dear G to Infinity. And thank you for the follow, dear Cece. Dear Gregor G, you like a bagel with half a pound of cream cheese. And cream cheese is already so heavy. You just eat a little bit and you feel like your stomach is full. It's good calorie density, that's for sure. Dear Starlight, wow, you ask such an important question. How to best give support to others. Encouraging them, offering space for them to share something that's limiting them, being able to carry some of what they go through without sacrificing your own ability to hold peace for them and yourself and everyone else. Ultimately, we can't solve each other's problems, but we can be there for each other while they solve their problems. Or be, what's it called? Or be a bouncing something. I forget the term. Someone to rebound ideas off of in between as they fight their battles. Rebounding wall? I'm not sure. Dear Melissa, you ask if I like coffee. I do enjoy coffee, but I haven't drinking it for over a few years now. Because I find that I prefer a Sattvic diet. A diet with food that doesn't make the mind overactive for a while, which coffee does, nor make it fatigued for a while like other heavy foods do. And simply eating pure, very simple foods keeps the mind steady and consistent over the course of the whole day. Yes, dear Kev, depending on our body's needs, what that diet looks like for everyone is certainly going to be different. Dear Gregor G, you've heard that monks that fast several days get the most profound insights. There's definitely something about fasting and other austerities and the ability to connect with some really deep parts of our existence. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Cody Jane. Justin, you clarify that a hobbit meal is kind of gluttonous, but they have the crops. Interesting. You know, I've rarely been one to really lose myself in a meal. To me, food isn't that interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong, it objectively tastes good, you know, you put it in your mouth, it's a good taste. But to me, you know, it's not something that I've been, you know, waiting for. Oh, finally, oh my goodness, a good meal. It's just like something I have to do because I know that my body won't survive if I don't. And it's just a bonus that tastes good. I guess it's evolved that way, you know. But yeah, I really eat with such a devouring mentality in mind, I suppose. My tummy's only so big. It's quite small, really. A sounding board. That's it, Sally Ann. That's what I was looking for. Yes. We can support each other by being sounding boards for each other's ideas and what they're going through. All we can really do is recognize the possibilities that exist in each other and help each step, but we can't force any. It's always their choice how much they're willing to go to manifest those possibilities. We just have to continue to see what's possible with them. Now, dear Hybrid Jen, you share, you were wondering if we could do that chant that made you feel like Superwoman the next day. Well, that sounds wonderful. You'll have to tell me which one that was. And thank you, dear Davis, for the heart me that you had sent. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. Dear Karen, you ask, what was my journey to achieve this mindset of... Sorry, I lost the comment. Let me scroll up. The mindset of acceptance with all the ups and downs of life. The ups, the downs, the more you face them, I guess the more you should realize that they're inevitable. And when you are feeling up, then you have to realize then this too shall pass and there will be a feeling of being low later. And when you are feeling low, you have to have faith that you're going to feel better. And there's a kind of transcendental peace that comes through the ups and the downs when you recognize the impermanence of it all. That if you wake up feeling amazing today, that you know that that's something that you can be grateful for today. But you might feel not as good tomorrow, and that's okay. I think we can get really stuck when we finally feel good. We feel like, yes, we've arrived. Now I can feel like this for today and tomorrow and the rest of the week. I'd just like to stay up here. But it always comes back down and we feel something that saddens us or angers us or frightens us, and that's okay. We have to make room for the fact that our mood fluctuates and the circumstances in our life goes from favorable to unfavorable, and life is not about feeling good all of the time. It's about allowing yourself to feel whatever you are feeling and finding value even in the low times too. Like when the weather begins to get more cold and we have to go inside, well, that's a perfect opportunity to snuggle up with your pets and make tea and get yourself a blanket and maybe watch your favorite movies, you know. So too, when the weather within may seem a little stormy, There's a deeper place that we get to go to, and that's an opportunity to recede into the depths of our soul and reconnect with our higher nature, you know? Whatever comes our way, we can use that to grow. When there's difficulty outside, we go within. When there's a clearing outside that we express ourselves without, and you find a way to be peaceful with whatever happens, good and bad. And thank you, the Maniac Midge, for your heartme that you sent. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Doom Knight, thank you for your tiny nippy. And dear Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Ram, Ram. Starlight, wow, you ask if I have any tips on starting to fast. Well, I've only ever done the fast that I guess I do from the morning until whenever I first eat, so I won't be able to share my direct experience on fasting that is over longer periods of time. But for me, I just live my life in accordance with what I intuit in that moment. And the reason that I do fast from the morning until the night is not because anyone told me to, or that I saw anyone else doing it, or that I read it in a book, or that I want to eat, but I'm deciding not to. Is that is what works best for me. Is that I just don't feel like eating. I'm perfectly energized for the whole of my day until the end. And so for you, you know, how do you feel? Do you feel like it's the natural next step for you? That it's something that you want to do out of your own voluntary choice? You know, go with what you feel is right in that moment. Don't force yourself to do anything that is unnecessarily uncomfortable, but look forward to going outside of your comfort zone and follow the flow of your body and mind's needs. That's funny, Greg RG. G to Infinity, you share that your brother's like that with food. He would rather take a pill with all the nutrients. Just like Star Trek. Thank you for the follow, dear TLA. Dear Cliche, you recently heard the word clarity. What does it mean to me? Oh, what a wonderful word clarity is. Clarity is what we use to describe the value of various gems and crystals, being able to see through it without impediments. If the water is absolutely still and everything that it has in solution has settled out, and we say the water has high clarity, really nice glass is clear. It's the noun form for something that is clear. If it has clarity, then that means it's clear. It is the abode of all things that are clear. And when it comes to the mind, oh, what a wonderful analogy. A mind that you can navigate through easily without any turbulence like you might find on the surface of water, without any impediments that slow your conscious process down. Finding clarity means that Everything is straightforward. Your mind is simple, structured, and has no need to be in any form in particular. It's the natural state when we let go of our own limitations and create a kind of stillness. And thank you, dear Arthur, for your finger heart. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. The only asked, you had asked, what can you do to manage anger issues? The anger isn't the issue. It is how you manage it. When anger arises, that's not the problem. And the solution is not in having no anger, but in understanding when the tool of anger should be used and how it is used. The ability of anger is simply to uphold your own boundaries or the boundaries of people that depend on you for setting them, like children or people that you care for in other ways. And it's a last resort. It's the tool that we pick up when our other tools don't seem fit for the job. And hello, Vicky Moon. Thank you for the like. The problem with anger is that it's a double-edged sword. That it can be used to uphold your own boundaries. If people are trying to cross them, then we uphold them. But if we push too far, we can even then cross their boundaries. And that's just the nature of anger. It has a certain ability to change the nature of boundaries, and it doesn't discriminate. You can use it to uphold your own but cross other people's. Therefore, it's appropriate for us to only use it to the point where now our boundary is set and upheld, and not any further. And to know where that line is, we can look back in our own history. And we can clearly see times when we hurt another person, or we made another person feel such a way that we wouldn't want to feel. And that informs us about where this line is, of the extent to which we should express our anger, and the point which we shouldn't cross. And we can notice when the times were not fit for our anger to be there. And when it arises untimely, in a situation that your higher self, your intellect knows is best suited for another expression, which is most of the time. If you think about all the times we've been angry, probably a lot of the times could have been dealt with differently. If we just spoke from a place of calmness and steadiness, and from that place of inner peace, we said things how it was and was able to express what we needed to express. And you get to decide when that anger arises if you want to use anger. It's like a video game where you get to change out your character, or that you have this ability that recharges, and then when it finally recharges and you get to use it again, then it notifies you. You have a little pop-up in the corner of your screen that says, hey, I'm ready to be used. But you don't have to use it depending on your strategy. The issue is that we think it's compulsive. when the choice to be angry arises, we don't realize we have a choice in the matter, and we just do so because we feel like we should be automatically. But you don't have to be. You get to decide if this is a moment where you want to use your anger, and if not, then you just wait until the pop-up disappears. And maybe that means withdrawing yourself from the situation for a while. Maybe that means telling the person you're with, I'm starting to get angry, I'm going to leave the room for a little bit. And I think most people will understand that, because that's a very emotionally mature thing to say. I know for me, if anyone ever said to me that this conversation is making me angry and I need to step out, I would totally relate with that, because I've felt like that before. And the fact that they said it, I'd probably maybe ease off on whatever it is that's making them angry a little bit. Because we never really want the person we're with to get angry, even if we're upset with them. Somewhere deep inside us, at the very least, we know that anger isn't the solution to our problems. So if the person in front of us is getting angry, then that won't help. Therefore, for yourself, if you can put yourself in another's shoes, you can trust that if you express that you're angry and you need to step back, that is a message that will be understood and is a highly relatable human experience. And so I hope these tips and techniques come up for you. The difficulty is in keeping this in mind when it happens. We all have so many tips to deal with our anger, but the moment it arises, it's like all of that gets flushed away and we're operating in cave person mode. Me angry. Me hurt. They no understand hurt. Me express pain loudly. Trying to keep some avenue open with your higher self in that moment, allowing higher knowledge to be situated in your intellect and acting on that is the challenge. Namaste, dear Chloe Evans. Welcome. And thank you, Canadian Canuck, for your liking of the live. And hello, dear Pirate Princess. Wise words, dear Doom Knight. Dear Riri, you ask if I have any wisdom to manage a queasy stomach. Oh, those are the worst. We experience so much of our emotions in our tummy. We can really concentrate a lot of what we're going through there. And the brain-gut connection is so strong. I feel a lot of my anxiety there, and that makes me nauseous often. In my experience, when I am feeling nauseous, breath is my first step. The way we breathe informs our nervous system of what we should be engaged in, how we should be engaged in, what we're engaged in. I'm sure many of you know in your own experience, if you ever are about to throw up but you catch yourself, probably the first thing you do, consciously or unconsciously, is take a deep, slow breath. And that kind of resets your system. Okay, maybe I don't need to throw up right now. And since so much of our awareness is concentrated in our tummy at that point, you can imagine distributing that sensation to lighten the load on your tummy. Instead of giving all of your emotion to your tummy, feel it with your whole body. Allow your awareness to permeate your chest and your legs and your feet and your toes and your hands and your arms. Make it a homogeneous sensation. Like a heat map. Here, maybe this would be a great example for my new ability to draw on screen for you. I have this little drawing tablet. I'll make this a visual exercise. Let's see. So here I'll do my best. To draw a little person. Can you see that? I'm sure it's just a little guy on your screen. You may feel an intense concentration of energy right here. Right in your tummy. And each part of our body has the ability to think. When we're thinking very analytically, then our awareness is of course situated up here. And when we're thinking very pragmatically, often our awareness is situated in our muscles around the body. Just like an athlete would be, or someone in a life or death situation. You know, and energy can get caught in places when you feel like you have a lump in your throat too, or you have a fear in your heart. So if ever you have an overwhelming sensation in any part of your body, try to just homogenize it. Just like this paint program here. Imagine filling up all of your torso. You know, distribute it down your arms, down your legs. You can even imagine radiating this energy outward, feeling like this sensation doesn't have to be contained by your body. And even if it's just a psychological trick, it really helps. The issue is a build-up of something stuck somewhere. You know, make the energy flow upwards. Maybe it goes out to the top of the head. Maybe it goes down your spine, out your feet like roots into the ground. I think all of these can be great visualization techniques to distribute a concentration of sensation. Just thinking in terms of energy can be so helpful. So maybe that will help you. You feel lighter now, shares cliche. I'm happy to hear that. And that looks like a little tree for you, Greg RG. You know, we share a lot of our energy system with trees and all of life. Very helpful, shares Rudy. I'm happy to hear that. Hello, dear Neo. Thanks for coming and chilling. And thank you for liking the live, dear Neo. And dear John Simon, thank you for your heart me. Dear Pirate Princess, you had asked, is there a way to reset a system that's subjected to high anxiety and trauma, like permanently? I love that question. Let's go back to our drawing. There. So there's something in yoga, yogic philosophy, called where's my pen? Called the three-body system. The three-body system is just this, that you have a physical body, you have a subtle body, and you have a causal body. And they're given names in Sanskrit, but we won't go into that. Unnecessary for today. So much of therapy and other therapeutic means just deals with the physical. The problem is a lot of the seeds are actually in the level of the subtle. And so from the subtle, there are roots that grow into the physical. And a lot of techniques just end up cutting the stem off of the problem. But the roots are still here in the subtle body. And so in order to really unroot this weed, we have to go deep, not just working with our physical, but going into our subtle. This is achieved through methods like psychoanalysis, where it's not just behavioral changes on the level of the physical, but working directly with your subtle body. And so let's explore what the subtle body is. The subtle body is basically made up of, well, let's see. Here's the structure of your subtle body. It is made up of the 5 senses. And the 4, not sure how this word antahkaranas translates into English, but I guess it's the inner senses. Those 4 inner senses include the mind, the intellect, the ego, and the consciousness. This is what continues after death. The body obviously dies, but the subtle body does not. The senses and the inner senses continue. There's only so much work we can do at the level of the physical body. At some point we have to go into the subtle body. So in deep therapy, what happens is you go into every part of the subtle body and clear it of its trauma. You go through the senses. You ask the person, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you feel in that moment? You have to go deep into your memory. You have to relive that moment through all of the 5 senses. And that requires a safe space to do so, and usually a guide that helps you bring you back to the present moment in case you feel lost. Because right now there's memory associated with these senses that affects us in the waking state. Likewise, we have to understand how it affects the mind. This means getting tools to reframe our thoughts whenever we are thinking in ways that have been affected by the trauma. And the most important technique for that is positive reframing. Whenever you have a thought that's negative or limiting, reframe it. Don't get rid of the thought. Just ask yourself, how can I see this from a different perspective? For example, through some trauma, maybe you gain in this moment a thought that I could be being abandoned by this person because they're not showing signs of connection. How can you reframe that thought? Instead of thinking like they're abandoning me, ask yourself, is there a situation that they could be going through in which they have withdrawn not because they're leaving me, but because they're focusing on something else that's important, like, maybe their own trauma has appeared in their mind in the moment. Any reframing possible is going to be helpful at the level of the mind every time a thought arises. And the intellect, we have to work on the principle of affirmations now rather than our insecurities. This means keeping some truth in mind that supersedes the limiting belief. Our intellect is like it's like a slot. And different things can slot in there at any time, and whatever is slotted in the intellect, then you act on. You make decisions in that way. So if we are keeping in that slot an insecurity, then we're going to be acting on behalf of that insecurity. If you can keep an affirmation in that slot, that I am brave, I am capable of change, etc., then you will act accordingly. You just have to keep it in that slot. The ego is your identity. It's who you are. And this is where the biggest change comes in, or the most subtlest change, I should say. That you can no longer identify as the person who experienced trauma. Well, let me rephrase that. You have experienced trauma. There's no one here to invalidate that. But if you continue to identify that I am a traumatized person, I am broken, I am damaged in that way, then that affects the whole, because it sends signals to the rest of your subtle and physical body that this is who you are, and this is who you'll ever be. So at the level of the ego, you have to replace your I thoughts. I am healing. I am unbroken. I am whole, etc. And the consciousness, that remains unchanged always. Consciousness can never change. So there's nothing about it to heal there. And the reason it's important that we mention it still is for you to know that there has always been a point within you, a place within you that's remained unchanged. You may have experienced trauma at the level of the senses, mind, intellect, and ego, but not the consciousness. So that's to affirm that there is a part of you that is unbroken, unaffected. So to really work at the level of the subtle body is the way to permanently free yourself from trauma. Thank you, dear Neo, for your quartet of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. And all of this comes from ancient yogic techniques, which is fascinating that it's still applicable today. And thank you for the follow, dear Chris. Now I'd love to continue in our Q&A, as we shall. But we're still at the very beginning of our Saṅgha today, and I like to begin with a little reading. And so I'd love to begin the next chapter of Moksha, liberation, together. You're very welcome, dear Skuv and Talita. This is a book about an American woman who is secretly the Divine Mother incarnate and has forgotten her true self. Right now she's in India and a whole bunch of terrible stuff has happened and she's experienced a lot of suffering. This book is written in a very unique style in that it doesn't give a lot of context for what's happening. And so that's to affirm that if you're kind of puzzled on exactly what's happening, that you don't have to know, as the more important part of this journey is how this wonderful woman is able to rediscover her true self. So let's continue where we left off. Today we begin the third chapter of the first part. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. My quote-unquote room was a converted office on the mezzanine of the warehouse. A monk's cell of raw cinder block walls, a crazed concrete ceiling fretted with fine cracks, and an interior small paned window that overlooked the warehouse floor. Furnishings were a cot, a table, an electric hot plate, and hooks for clothes. My associate, Pepe, was on the ground floor adjacent to the loading dock. The latrine was outside. I had grown up in leafy Greenwich, Connecticut, in a house with 7 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, a grand piano, and a swimming pool with a cabana. But this was enough. I heated rice and lentils, served myself, and opened the book Pepe had left on my desk. The Seer and the Scene was its title. On the flyleaf, scrawled in pencil, were the words, "You can begin, Sid." Did this mean I was now deemed qualified for the Secrets of Immortality by Sid? I turned to the first page. The text was made up of couplets, each followed by an English translation and brief analysis. The subject of the first few couplets appeared to be about perception. How do we see and what do we see? How everything changes. The eye sees a world, say a blue flower. Over time the blue flower wilts and dies and the eye perceives this change. However, the eye also changes. It has qualities like sharpness, dullness, blindness, which evolve over time. These changes in the eye are perceived by the mind, which seems a constant. But the mind continually changes too. It is the nature of the mind to change. One can even lose one's mind. And now the question arises, who or what is it that witnesses the changes in the mind? This witness is called the witness consciousness, with a capital C. I read and reread the first 4 couplets, dutifully made notes, but could go no further. I badly needed to talk to someone, but Pepe and I barely spoke during those hot, humid days. Our preoccupations, his, the loss of the girls he was taking care of, and mine, the little text, having grown steadily into obsessions. He was incensed that I had this is a new word for me, reneged, reneged, maybe, on my promise to bring back the girls, and I was exasperated that he stubbornly refused to accept the cruel reality that the girls could not be forcibly separated from their abusive families. Not by us, not by him. We exchanged harsh words. "Why you study so much?" he said one day. "Sex, that guy, he no interested in you. You want the girls back because you didn't save your sisters," I shot back. "You failed, and now you think saving these girls will make up for that. Well, it won't." Angry words that could not be taken back. Neither of us apologized. But Pepe, who knew me so well, might have hit the mark. What was my motivation in studying this text with such intensity? Philosophy had interested me during my student days. My student days when I was safe and happy, strolling around the campus square, enthusiastically debating Wittgenstein, Berkeley, and Nietzsche with my friends at college drinking spots. But the harsh reality of the last few years had made a mockery of those metaphysical inquiries into the soul. It means to break a contract, dear Dr. Ginny. Reneged. I'm sure I could pronounce that better. That makes sense given the context. Thank you. Our wonderful neighborhood wordsmith. The text that Sid had sent me was abstruse and of no help in alleviating the daily anxieties and unnamed fears of my present circumstances. So what was my motivation? Was I merely chasing a guy who had taken a passing interest in me? One expected to get hooked up at a conference in a 4-star hotel, but Sid had not made the usual moves. He had given me his full attention, but had not flirted. And while he had not offered any details about who he was, where he came from, or even an explanation of his presence at the conference, I had been at ease with him and felt no pressure to jump into bed. He had challenged me, laid down the gauntlet, and I needed to prove to him that I was qualified in every respect to receive the so-called secret knowledge of immortality. It was true that at first I might have faked my earnestness in listening to him expound to impress him, but wasn't my current effort to understand proof that I truly wanted to understand? Pepe was wrong, and so was Sid. I was not hankering after sex or immortality. Ah yes, the 2 goals of life. What I needed most was the simple comfort of being held, cared for, loved. I longed to be with Sid, feel his long, lean body against mine, touch his sorrowful face, listen to his quiet instruction. I had not felt this way about a man for a very long time. So I worked into the night, lighting an oil lamp after my bulb burnt out. Sometimes I only stared at the script, which, as Gabriel Garcia Marquez put it, resembled clothes hanging on a line. In Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude, a gypsy presents the Buendia family with parchments containing strange hieroglyphs, Generations attempt and fail to decipher these scribbles which they imagine will direct them to a great treasure. Finally, it is the last surviving member, the doomed Aureliano, who is able to read the manuscript. The mysterious writing is Sanskrit in the Devanagari script. And to his dismay, he finds that the parchment does not lead to a treasure, but merely provide a detailed history of his rapacious family, an account that has predicted every event through the generations, of which he is to be the last member. Squiggles hanging off a clothesline is what I stared at night after night, like the ill-fated Aureliano, and like him I became convinced that the secret to the text was hidden in that sacred language that no translation could reveal. I needed a teacher, and I knew where to find one. Let's pause our reading of Moksha, liberation, there for now. Thank you, my dear viewers, for listening, and I look forward to being able to decipher this sacred script with you as we continue through the story of the Divine Mother coming to remember who she truly is. Namaste. And if anyone has been captivated by this reading and would like to read up on the past verses or continue reading, even if you can't attend the Saṅgha, I record every single reading and put them on my YouTube channel for free without any ads or commercials, so you can go and check that out on the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. But that concludes our Shravana today, our listening portion of the Saṅgha. Now we can really go deep into questions and answers, and my full attention is on you and everything that we all wish to discuss in our hearts and minds. In this section called Manana, and thank you, dear Dr. Jenny, for your tiny and trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And welcome everyone who joined while we were reading. And dear Laura, thank you for your tiny. Yahoo! Hello, dear Michelle. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? And thank you, dear Melinda, for your finger heart. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. What was this script? Devanagari that looks like clothes hanging on a clothesline. I should give you an example of what it looks like. To give you an example of what our dear protagonist was looking at, so that you may feel like you are seeing through her eyes. Let's write the name of the book, Moksha, which is another Sanskrit word, in Devanagari, the script that she is learning how to read. This is the letter Ma. And when we put another line here and another here, then it becomes Mo. Mo. And here is the letter Ksha. That's the title of the book in Devanagari, Moksha. You can kind of see that there's this line that goes through the top called the Shiro Rekha. And every now and then there is a little break in the Shiroreka, like here. That's pretty rare. Just so happens that Moksha is a word that breaks that line. But most words have an unbroken line at the top. Such a beautiful script, in my opinion. Oh, dear Greg RG's put it in chat. Thank you for that. Dear Beef, you ask, do I have a boyfriend? I don't have any partner other than the divine, which exists within everyone. I am sorry, but I don't think there's a single person in the world that has enough room for the amount of love I have to give. And that's a journey that I'm learning to understand. And I think I'm not alone. I'm sure there are many people like myself who have come to know that there's just so much love within them. It just can't fit within any person in particular. That is why I give my love to everyone, because maybe if I give love to all human beings and animals and plants and the whole of the universe, will there be enough room for my love? Dear Karen, you ask, what is the most powerful mantra for me? You're new with these. Any recommendation? The most powerful one is the one that captures your imagination. The one that you just can't stop chanting. That means it has chosen you. Just like the wand chooses the wizard, Harry. The mantra chooses the japi, the reciter, the one who does the japa, the recitation of the mantra. But if anyone wants some recommendations, I'd happily give some. Depends how long of a mantra you want. Do you want just a single powerful syllable that you can chant over and over again? Or do you want a really short one that's just a couple words? Or do you want to get lost in a longer one? Or a really long one, you know? Maybe you feel inspired to chant one that's the length of a whole song again and again. It's up to you. Thank you for the follow, dear Sarah. Well, if you want some recommendations, in the frequently asked questions page in the link tree in my bio, I've put a list of just about every mantra that I do in honor of the gifts that are sent voluntarily. Speaking of which, dear Sunny has sent a heart me. Here's a mantra for the sun. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. I can tell you about that mantra. I'm gonna love this paint program. I'm already loving it. By the way, this is literally just Microsoft Paint. Yes, this is a wonderful mantra for the sun. We all love the sun. Sun is an important part of our life. Life would certainly not exist without it. Om Sum. Let's see. Surya. Suryaya. Now, do I have enough room for the Namaha at the end? I do. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Of course. How many of you can read this? Let's write the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration. As well. This is a mantra to invoke the power of the sun within you. The spiritual significance of the sun is just like how the sun illuminates the world. There's an inner sun, and the inner sun illuminates your inner world. How it's possible for us to have this field of sight, of sound, of taste, of touch, of thought, somehow, quote-unquote, illuminated to a conscious observer. That's the power of Surya, the inner sun. So this mantra allows us to be in contact with that as our true self, as the one which is doing all the illumination of the world from within. We can talk about each part of this mantra. Who said they can read it? Dear KPC, being KPC, that's wonderful. Did I learn Devanagari later on in life? Of course. No one is born with the ability to to read and write. So this first word, Om, this refers to the entirety of existence, from its creation, from its sustenance, from its destruction, and the personal reality behind. It is what energizes the whole of this mantra. It's specifically called a bija syllable, and it's the most important, the Mahabija. And it shares the title of being a bija, a seed syllable, with the next syllable, Sum, which is the essence of Surya. It's said that some syllables carry the essence of divine beings and divine forms. Sum is the seed that carries the essence of the sun. And ultimately, it's actually from this word Surya that we eventually get the word sun, over thousands of years of borrowing from other languages and evolution. But you can still see that start SU that we still have in the English word for sun today. The start, Surya, is the part that means sun, and the ending, Aya, means two. So now we're actually getting to parts that can be translated into English. This part means to the sun, the inner sun. But this word at the end here, Namaha, now that is a very auspicious word. It literally translates to salutations. But you might notice that there's a very unique phonetic element at the end here, which in IAST is an H with a dot below it, and in Devanagari is these two dots here. These two dots at the end of a word is called a visarga, which means an expulsion of breath. An expulsion of breath is a grammatical element in Sanskrit. So it's not actually namaha, but it's nama, and then you release the remaining breath in your lungs, as if you're giving it to the sun. That is the power of a mantra, that you give your breath to whatever is energizing it. So it's nama, nama, like a little cough, like you're coughing at the end. Nama. You absolutely surrender your breath, in this case, to the sun. And there's a complementary phonetic feature in Sanskrit. That's the dot over top of the sum here. That's actually what is making this M with a dot below it in IAST. And similarly, the dot above the Om here, making the M. That dot is called the Anuswara, which means the inner sound, Anuswara. It's said that there's a different meaning behind the place of resonance that a sound can be made in the body. When we release that to the world in a visarga, then we're giving. But when we rise the vibration point to the nasal cavity, which is the highest place that you can create a resonance in the body, then you are receiving that energy. I receive the energy of the whole creation. I receive the energy of the sun. Suryaya Namah. To the sun I release my breath. To the sun I surrender. So the Anuswara, the nasalization, indicates the subject, and the Visarga, the expulsion of breath, indicates the object. You make yourself as the subject to be receptive of the sun. Suryaya Namah. And you make the sun as the object to be receptive to. And we can even go into, but we won't at this moment, why this specific sound, Surya, why this sound means the sun. There's a phonic metaphor happening in the sound of Surya as well that means the sun. So all the words in Sanskrit are chosen because the sounds themselves represent various parts of our reality. So there's a breakdown of one mantra for you. The sun mantra, the sun bija mantra. Om Som Suryaya Namaha. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your fast burst. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Hybrid Jen, you wonder, does Syria mean sun too? I'm unfamiliar with the etymology of Syria, but it could be a cognate. It is etymologically derived from the Luwian term sura or suri, and the derivative ancient Greek name Syrioi or Suroi, both of which originally derived from Ashur, Assyria in northern Mesopotamia. Let's see if we can go deeper than that. Ultimately from Akkadian Asur, and hence originally synonymous to Assyria. Yeah, it looks like it's just, as far as we can trace it back, the name of the ancient kingdom of Assyria. Dear Sovereign Sycophant, you share, you figured out what you're going to do to make good content every day. You're going to travel Australia in the simplest way you can whilst having what you need and documented. Well, that certainly captivates my interest. I love that revelation for you. And I feel your faith in that journey ahead of you. And I trust you. Thank you for sharing the live, dear G. NJ, you ask, be honest, would I like a sugar glider? Well, if the sugar glider had no home and no one to take care of, then it would be my duty, I suppose, if it wasn't being accepted by anyone else. But given that this sugar glider is probably a long ways away from me, and there are many people that probably have the qualifications to take care of such a sugar glider, and I certainly don't, then I imagine that the best life that sugar glider can live is one in someone else's care. Hello, dear hippie heart cherry. Dear the only S, you ask, why does Sanskrit have such power when we use that language for mantras? There are a couple reasons. Good question. So why does Sanskrit have the power that it does for mantra? Well, first of all, because it's tradition. That we're talking about that millions of people have been empowering the language by their own faith in it for thousands of years. Probably hundreds of millions of people. And you can feel within you that fact do something. The knowledge that someone, not just someone, but thousands and thousands, millions of people have been using this language as a mystic art, that knowledge alone energizes it. Because you're continuing along with the momentum of tradition. The second reason is because it is the mother tongue. How do you spell tongue? The mother tongue of so many different languages, that if you consider the tree of language, which has so many different branches, so many different branches, that Sanskrit is all the way down here, And so it connects us with a source that includes so many other expressions of life up till today. And it's been continuously chanted in some form for thousands of years. The third reason is because there is an intimate connection between the sound and the meaning. Whereas in English, for example, the sounds of a word doesn't tell you anything about the meaning. And the obvious proof of that is if you heard a new word that you've never heard before, just hearing how that word sounds doesn't tell you its definition. Now, if you were really clever and studied a lot of etymology, you might be able to note some patterns, but that's different. You might be able to recognize a root or a cognate with another language. But suppose you didn't have even that information, that a word was entirely brand new. In English, you'd have no hope whatsoever, in most other languages. But in Sanskrit, just hearing the sound of a word, if you meditate on that, the soundscape tells you what it means. Because the way your tongue moves forward or away from your teeth or bridges up to your soft palate or not, everything is symbolic. Whether you breathe out or breathe in, put the point of residence in your nasal cavity or not, it all means something. So in Sanskrit, the individual elements which are associated with meaning is not the roots that we have to memorize like we do in English, but in the relationship between the different organs of speech. Can I give you an example? Absolutely. And I don't think I've ever given this example drawing before, so this will be really helpful, I think. So take, for instance, the word yoga. This is yoga. Yoga is made up of 2 syllables, of course. There is the syllable yo, and there is the syllable ga. But yo, of course, can be broken apart into the letter ya and the vowel oo. Because according to grammatical rules called sandhi, a plus oo creates o. And you may notice that o is halfway in between. And so maybe I could write it like this as a fraction. That the average between a and oo is o. And that'll tell us about its meaning. A is produced in the back of the throat. Oo is produced at the front of the mouth when you curl your lips. Ow, ow. And as you flow from the vowel space from back to front, O is halfway in the middle. Ow. So that's why yo is made up of ya and u. And then of course we can separate ya into just that semi-vowel part E and the vowel A. So each of these parts have a meaning. That if you can understand the meaning of each of these parts, then you can figure out what the word yoga means. Just by thinking about what your mouth does when you're forming these sounds. For example, think about in your mouth. Let's see if I can draw the mouth in this bottom left corner here. At your teeth's here, your lips are here. When you're forming ya, the semi-vowel y, you bridge your tongue up to the soft palate here, but you don't actually make contact. Instead, what you do is you create a wide space, and in between that space, you create a resonance between the soft palate and the arch of your tongue. So because you're bringing two things together and having the air vibrate in between them to make the sound ya, then that means the letter Y represents a relationship in the most broad sense. All the semi-vowels do. A relationship. Because you bring two organs of speech, like your tongue and soft palate, together, and you keep them at a distance and use the space in between to form the sound. The relationship between two things in ya. Now, ah is the most basic sound that a human being can make. If you notice, it's at the start of almost every alphabet in the entire world, regardless of tradition. It all starts with ah of some form, because that's the sound that you make without any articulation. And so it simply represents existence, the most basic concept, isness. Existence, absolute existence, with no modifications. It's just your voice. And as you move your tongue and teeth and lips, then you modify that existence to pull apart something particular that you want to convey to someone else. But by itself just represents existence. All of the vowels represent something very simple. The vowel space is the soul of language, and the consonants are the bodies, because they create the form. U is on the other side of the vowel space than ah, as we said, by contracting your lips. And when you contract your lips, what you do is you propel the sound forward. So now you're talking about existence, but with some direction to it. Existence from the perspective of it continuing in some direction. So U represents pervasive existence. And as we said before, since O is halfway between them, O represents exactly that. What is between existence, absolutely, and pervasive existence. In other words, O represents the relationship between yourself, the part of you that has some direction to this existence, the most basic part that pervades it, and the nature of the universe as a whole. So now we can understand what the syllable yo means just by understanding the phonetics. If the semi-vowel y represents a relationship, and O represents what's between the self and the universe, then Yo must represent a relationship between self and universe. No etymology required, no going into a dictionary, just by analyzing the metaphor of sound in yo, we get a relationship between self and universe. Finally, what kind of relationship or what happens with that relationship? That's the next syllable, ga. And there's really two things you have to know about ga. As a consonant, it's formed in the base of your mouth or tongue, and it's what we call a soft consonant because it's voiced while you pronounce it. You bring your tongue and the velar region of your throat together. I can draw another picture next to it. Your tongue bulges back and makes contact with the base of your throat. But it does so softly. Unlike ka, like K, which is produced in the same spot but isn't soft, ga is soft. So you're bringing two things together in a deep sense, the base of your throat, and softly. Therefore, what ga means is gentle union. So if yo means the relationship between self and the universe, and ga means gentle union, then yoga means the gentle union between the self and the universe. And you may have heard, if yoga is ever translated into English, that they often just translated it to union. But that's only one part of it. Full translation of the word yoga is the gentle union arising between the relationship of the self and the universe. Yoga. And you can feel that now that you understand it in the mouth as you form the word. E, relationship. O, between the self and the universe. Ga, gentle coming together in union. Yoga. Yoga. And to really seal in that knowledge, remember that yoga doesn't just mean what you do with your body, but what you do with your heart and mind. As a philosophy of ancient India, yoga is the philosophy all about bringing yourself and the universe into union. Exactly, dear Jennifer. So Sanskrit is based on sound formations as meanings itself. How you form the sounds is what they mean. Which means that if we wanted to contact an alien civilization, then we could probably just speak Sanskrit to them and they'd eventually understand. Because if they thought about the meaning, if they thought about how the sounds are produced and analyzed it, then at some point the relationship between the sound and the meaning would click without ever giving them a dictionary. So this is how advanced this ancient language is. And in case anyone doesn't know this, this is the world's most ancient language. Not the world's most recent, the most technologically advanced coming out of some new dialect somewhere of a genius mind in some laboratory. This is the world's most ancient language. The world's most ancient is the most natural, intuitive, advanced, and spiritual. We're talking thousands and thousands of years ago. So, this is why we chant in Sanskrit. And this is why Sanskrit is almost never translated into English. Because you just can't translate the fact that the sounds themselves are the meaning. And that's why you don't even have to know the meaning of Sanskrit sounds to chant it. It still has a positive effect on your system. Because it literally creates the corresponding vibration. Now, thank you, dear Trevor, who sent a tiny earlier. Yippee! Welcome, dear KAC and Valley Wings. And dear Inevitable, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your Rosa and Quintet of Roses and Fest Crown. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your Rosa and Quintet of Roses and Fest Crown. Internet seems to have disconnected. If my connection has returned, please let me know. Thank you, dear Melinda. And thank you for the follow, dear Sav. You have a desire to learn Sanskrit now, so Jennifer. I'm happy to hear that. Can Om be broken down like yoga too? Absolutely. Yes, we can do so in a moment. There's another question from dear Atticus. What do I think of piercings and tattoos? I think they're a beautiful way of decorating your body like art. But no matter what we do with our body, it always comes and goes. And if you want a more permanent tattoo than a body tattoo or piercing, I recommend tattooing your heart with the imprints that you want to see in the world. Tattoo your mind with memories in your heart, with the vehicle of love. I'm very happy to hear that my explanation helps make it more intuitive, dear Orla. And thank you, Starlight Wow, for your trio of tinies. Yippee! Yeah, you want to see how Om breaks down? Probably the most important Sanskrit sound. It's much simpler. Yoga took a while. But isn't it amazing how long it took to break down the word yoga? Goes to show how much meaning is in these sounds. You can really be efficient. You can say a lot with less. Mm-hmm. In Devanagari, the symbol for Om looks like this. And it comes in 3 parts. There's this part that looks like a letter 3. There's this part that looks like a crescent moon and a dot. And then there's this part that looks like a tail. These are the 3 parts of Om. The first part comes from the letter A. This is A. And you can see that first part, how it joins together in the symbol for Om. The second part is the tail. from the letter U. You can see the tail there. And then the third part, that's called the Chandra Bindu. And it exists as a diacritic that modifies the sound. And it's often transliterated with an M with a dot under it, but don't confuse it for the English letter M. So I hope you can see that even in the symbol, we have these three parts. A, U, Now, what exactly these sounds mean, we haven't yet described. I'm only showing you so far how the symbol looks. There's a process in Sanskrit called sandhi, which in English means joining. You may notice that when we transliterate that symbol in English, we often write it Om. So if it's written with an O, then where does the A come from and where does the U come from? As we saw in our last example, there's a rule in Sanskrit that states whenever you have an A and an U, that it forms to create O. Because A is one limit of the vowel space, U is another limit of the vowel space, and O is halfway between them. Ow. If you pause halfway in between, ow, there's O. Many scholars believe that that's a remnant of the fact that it did used to indeed be pronounced Aum. However, the correct pronunciation is neither Om nor Aum, the most correct. You can pronounce it that way, there's nothing wrong with that. But instead, how we transliterate it with an O with a tilde over it, which is a phonetical feature marking nasalization. Pure, single sound. Without a variation. It represents a kind of unification of sound. That from this sound you can derive all other sounds. That this is the sound that created the whole universe. So we start from a single source, but then it separates into two. That the tilde comes down as the M with the dot over it. The nasalization departs from the vowelization. Om. And then the O separates into the extremes of the vowel space that it represents. Ow. And the nasalization comes down as just the M sound. So in order of most correct pronunciation to least, we have at the top here, Om, the second here, Om, and the third, Om. And they each represent different stages in the creation of the universe. From unity, what am I doing? Yeah, I spelled it right. Unity, duality, and trinity. The A represents absolute existence. The U represents pervasive existence. And the M represents finality, because we close our lips in the Trinity of creation, preservation, and destruction. In terms of a duality, the O represents the form. It represents the nature called the Prakriti. And the Anuswara, the Om, represents the soul, the divine, the higher vibration. And then as one sound, it represents all of that, as the one source from which it all has come. And many people believe that this is the source of the sacred sound at the end of many prayers across different languages that became Amen. And still to this day, if you listen to chantings from the Vatican, that it sounds a lot closer to than just Amen. And you'll find variations of this sacred sound across cultures and traditions and religions. Just like in Genesis, not Genesis, but the second creation story in the Bible. In John 1:1, where it said that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and God was with the Word, and the Word was God. What was that word? Well, in the Christian tradition, that word became known as what you end all prayers with, Amen. As the sacred sound of the source. In the Hindu tradition, it became known as Om. Or, more accurately, Om. And there's other variations in other religions, but I'm not remembering what they are at this moment. So that's an introduction to the meaning behind the sounds of Om. And thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your trio of tiny tinies. Or did I thank you for them? I'll never pass up on an excuse to do the tiny viney voice, though. Yippee! Om Tat Sat, you share that for the Tibetan traditions, it became Hom. Dear Camille, you ask, could I explain the sequence of the body parts one should vibrate while saying Om? Yes. Start as low as you can go. If possible, even the base of your spine should vibrate. At the beginning, at the very least your chest, but if you can, your navel. From your navel to your nasal will go. Then as we transition to the middle sound, we should bring the resonance part to your throat. And then when your lips close, bring it just behind your lips. You should feel your lips vibrate against your teeth. And finally, you should, at the same time, bridge your tongue to the back of your throat. This is the secret part of Om, because you can't see it, and you can only hear it if you listen very carefully. That you close the airflow off from your mouth, and so the vibration happens entirely in your nasal cavity. That's the difference between and which sounds like that beautiful frequency in a sitar. And if you can transition as smoothly as possible, even better. Gently fade out. And if you want to do it all at once, then you resonate with all parts simultaneously and you get that primordial sound. And it is true that the texts of various religions have been passed down traditionally, and there has been a lot of change and variation in the different scriptural traditions. Fortunately, the original versions of the Bible still exist. It's just not the King James Version. It will never be the King James Version. There's actually two strands of the Bible. There's something called the Textus Receptus, which is the version that King James drew from and modified. And then there's something called the Definitive Edition. If you're interested in Bible study, you should use the versions that come from the Definitive Edition. That's the edition that has been reconstructed by scholars over thousands of years, and it keeps getting updated. Every time we make a new discovery, the definitive edition becomes changed. So it's a constantly evolving family of versions that's used for scholarly purposes, rather than just what's been kept by the Textus Receptus. So the Bible is a profound spiritual manual on the human experience and transcending the limitations of it. And if you really want to study it, I highly recommend using the definitive edition that the scholars use. So what the definitive edition is it's not one version, but a family of versions that use modern scholarly techniques to understand where the various strands come from. This would be great to visualize. Everything is great visualized here on the screen. So I'm going to draw, I guess, I'll try to draw a little timeline for you. From, ancient times, and then let's say 0 AD is here. Because, parts of the Bible stretch back further than that, the Old Testament. And then let's say this is now, present. So over time, there were various different textual traditions. This is something that is so important for people to understand, is that there is no singular thing we call the Bible. That what it is a flow of knowledge that's separated at various points in histories and recombined in various ways. You might find little loops appearing and disappearing and branches that end up dying off, for example. So the important thing to know is that in modern times, there is no single version of the Bible, and even in ancient times, there was no single version of the Bible. Especially when the books of the New Testament began being added in the centuries that followed after the death of Christ. But there's really two main strands to consider. There's just the strand that seemed to become the most popular. I'm just going to arbitrarily highlight one as this strand, let's say, that have survived. And that's called the Textus Receptus. And from the Textus Receptus, we get the King James Version and almost every other version that's being used in church. It comes from the Textus Receptus and the various variations we see today. But scholars today know that it's pretty arbitrary why that branch was chosen. At various points in history, for example, certain strands were cut off from it because it made the king look bad at the time, like King James, and so various traditions were ignored and others were kept. What the definitive edition is trying to consolidate all of the variation and understand what parts were from what an original source as possible, or original sources plural. And so it's not alternative to their Textus Receptus. It just takes into consideration more traditions and asks questions like why was a part removed here, or why was a various strand forgotten here. And that's the version that people who are really serious about Bible study use. And just like the Textus Receptus, it comes in different versions depending on the scholar and who's doing the translation, etc. So it's a whole family, just as the Textus Receptus is too. So basically, everyone who's concerned about how the Bible has been manipulated, that is a concern just if you use the Textus Receptus versions. It's not a concern if you use the definitive edition, because we use advanced scholarly techniques to go back in time and find the overlap between different textual traditions, etc. But largely speaking, it's really minor differences between each version, but major implications for the specific word choices. It's not like you'll find an entirely different plot where Jesus survives, for example, and he moves to Argentina. Nothing like that. Just the word choices are so important. That's a lot of the traditions, like in the Textus Receptus, they say that Eve is born from the rib of Adam. But in the definitive edition, you won't find the word rib used. You'll find part or half even, that Eve was born from a half of Adam. And just that slight word choice has major implications for sexism and misogyny, for example. Instead of seeing the feminine as just something small that came out of the masculine, but rather as the masculine and feminine, which were equal parts of Adam and came out in halves. Things like that. It's important to turn to the definitive editions. Thank you for the follow, dear Amanda. It's like mycelium of fungi, shares Hippie Heart Cherry. It does look like that, doesn't it? Yes. And that's because it's natural, just like anything else. Different strands joining and coming together follows the same underlying principles as mycelium growth, slime mold, certainly. Dear Doom Knight, you wonder, do I know about the Book of Enoch? I have heard of the Book of Enoch, yes. It's not included in the definitive edition, in case you're wondering. it's actually considered, from a scholarly perspective, fan fiction. That's what the scholars have concluded. And there's a lot of books of the Bible that are not fan fiction, but actually part of the original gospel. The apocryphal text, for example. The Book of Enoch, I don't believe, is technically an apocryphal, but it's spin-off literature. Someone took a few verses of the original canon and then wondered, what could the greater story surrounding Enoch be? In the original sources, there's only, I think, just a couple references of Enoch, just very briefly mentioned. And just like in today's storytelling tradition, we create a TV show as a spin-off of one of the characters in a movie who is mentioned briefly, for example, that someone thought, Enoch deserves a greater story. And so this beautiful series of books, it's not just one book actually, but many books of Enoch, plural, were made to expand on the story of this minor character of the Bible, which is super cool. And I love that. And it doesn't take away from its spiritual value. No story does. Even if it's fiction, it still exists at a spiritual level. Historicity is never the main point of spiritual texts. Just as we are influenced by the stories that we live when we are children, even though Shark Boy and Lava Girl might not have existed historically, they exist in our minds, truly. And our minds are a very real layer of reality in which things evolve and change and character arcs happen and journeys are undertaken. Shark Boy and Lava Girl absolutely exist in the subconscious, as all characters do. So it's called the definitive edition of the Bible. That's what the scholars call it. I'm forgetting that formal name for it. It's actually kind of a nickname. I recommend going to the YouTube channel Religion for Breakfast that describes the differences between the versions of the Bible. That's how I came into this knowledge. But if I remember correctly, the family of versions that the scholars used is colloquially called the definitive edition. So where could you find it? That's a great question. I imagine that any website that has a series of translations, like Bible Hub, may have various versions that are included both in the Textus Receptus and in the definitive edition. But no matter what version you use, it's always just going to be a translation of the original Greek or Aramaic or Hebrew. And so if you just know how to read the original ancient language, then you won't have to worry about that. Otherwise, you can use comparative analysis to look through the various versions and see how different words are translated differently. That's funny, dear Ray Angel. What about the Emerald Tablets, asks Doom Knight? I am not sure about those. I'm not even sure if they're, from a scholarly point of view, considered having existed at one point or not. The NRSV, I think that is indeed an example of one of the versions arising from the definitive edition. The New Revised Standard Version draws from the scholarly work. Dear blazed Jesus, you ask, you were hit by a truck in a test of faith, as a test of faith by Archangel Gabriel. Why would that be? Because it's always up to you to find the meaning behind your experience. And you can choose to see yourself as a victim of life circumstances, or you can use these experiences to connect with a deeper part of yourself. And for many people, that means finding what they can be grateful for and using that to empower their faith. You know, you could have died and yet you're alive. If you think about it like that. And in your case, you share you died twice and you're still alive, medically experienced death. There's a way of looking at that in terms of a miracle. And you were untouched by the truck. That's wonderful. Well, thank you for sharing your experience. That's very powerful. And thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your 10 fest bursts. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Levi, thank you for your finger heart. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Cosmo, you share, you've ordered the NSRV because that Dan guy recommended it. Cool. Good to know. Dear Om Tat Sat, you share, it's very informative. How would I visualize the flow of the Vedas? Is it similar to? A very interesting question. The Vedas are to Hinduism what the Bible is to Christianity. The Vedas have not had as much scholarly analysis as the Bible for many reasons. For example, the Bible is much more in the mainstream thought in Western academics, and Eastern texts have not had as much attention generally. The Vedas are also much more ancient, and so it's difficult to pin down sources. But as far as I know, in the scholarly analysis that has been undergone for the Vedas, it's a lot more consistent than the various traditions of the Bible, which doesn't mean anything in terms of whether they speak for revelation or not. It just so happens that the language that the Vedas were given in has certain components which make it a lot easier to maintain over thousands of years. For example, the Vedas are in prose. They're in poetic verse, which means that if you receive a version of the Vedas and the rhyme scheme doesn't match, or the rhythm, or the pitch, or the light or heavy syllables, then that means that it must have been modified at some point. So there are various almost security protocols built into the fact that it's done in poetic verse, which makes it stand the test of time a little easier. But there are various strands of the Vedas. In fact, famously, there's the black Yajurveda or the white Yajurveda. It's said that at some point the Yajurveda was delivered by a guru who had committed a sin, and so he had actually given kind of a version of the Yajurveda that was incomplete or tainted in some way. And so one of his disciples decided to go to the sun, Surya, and ask, what is the original Yajurveda that has seemingly been lost to time? And so it was revealed, the white Yajurveda. But both the black and white Yajurveda exist today. But for the most part, the Vedas are pretty consistent in terms of the various traditions. The biggest differences exist in the intonation. That's kind of the only part that has been majorly lost to time, is the so-called Vedic intonation or Vedic pitch or Vedic accent. That is to say, what syllables have a high pitched, what has a low pitch, etc. And so the traditions disagree on the frequency, the pitch of the various words. Another security mechanism that exists in the Vedas is encoded messages. That if you take the first syllable of 1,000 verses at a time, that you skip 1,000 verses and then take the next first syllable and then concatenate all of those first syllables, that you should get a mantra. And in fact, that's what happens if you do that process for the Ramayana, one of the Vedic epics, that if you take the first syllable from the first verse, then the 1,000th verse, then the second 1,000th verse, and you put them all together, you get the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsa Vitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. So if at some point in the tradition of reciting the Ramayana that you missed even a single verse, then all of the following syllables in which the Gayatri mantra is encoded would be offset, and then applying this process you'd get gibberish, probably, or something different than the Gayatri mantra. So a lot of those mechanisms help ensure that the oral tradition of the Vedas are to last thousands of years. Finally, one of the most important reasons why the Vedas have been particularly stable in the oral tradition is that Sanskrit has been a continuously spoken language since the time of the Vedas. Whereas for the Bible, almost no one today speaks Aramaic or the version of Greek that was used at the time. However, the Jews definitely speak Hebrew, and so they've been able to maintain the Torah. But as far as the New Testament goes, it's undergone many translations. Whereas in Sanskrit, there has been a speaker of that language for thousands of years. But none of this is to compare them as a source of revelation. Any spiritual scripture can be a genuine source of revelation for the listener, for the reader. As long as you continue to introspect, reflect on it, and apply the parts that make sense to you and are able to make your life more peaceful, not just for yourself, but everyone around you as well. And thank you, Hippie Heart Sherry, for your pair of tiny tinies. And dear Cosmo, you ask, do I believe revelation can come outside of spiritual practice? It certainly depends on what you mean by outside of spiritual practice. To me, if it's revelation, then it's a part of your spiritual practice. Maybe it's just the beginning of it, for example. But we have to be concise with our definitions, depending on what we mean by these words. We can mean different things, obviously. To me, revelation means arising from a universal source, which just means that the truths of the words are not limited to context or time or place or person that it should be universally applicable. Therefore, it must be coming from a place that is all-inclusive. And the only place that is 100% inclusive is the whole of creation. And the being responsible for that is, of course, God or Source. And I think that can be a great way to ensure appropriate interpretations. Is what I'm saying exclusive in any way? If it is, well, it doesn't mean it's not true. It just means it's not true for everyone, and therefore it can't be considered revelation according to this definition. But if the way I understand this applies for everyone, without minimizing anyone's experience, but maximizes the overlap, then that's a good indication of revelation. And a useful interpretation. Now, off topic, Lani, but how's the weather there? You heard the wind is crazy. Well, thank you for considering the weather here. You are the second person to inform me of this. And the first person was also someone who doesn't live here, so I appreciate that. People from all around the world is keeping an eye on the weather for me, I guess. Anyway, I'm mostly an indoor cat. And as an indoor cat, I don't often go outside anyway, so so it doesn't make much of a difference to me. But today, my family did bring in the chairs and other things from outside, so it must be getting close to the storm arriving. I don't think it has arrived yet, though. Fortunately, we don't get very intense weather patterns here often. I'm very privileged where I live in the world. And so a windstorm here is probably like your average Thursday in other parts of the world. So you don't have to worry for me. And Bo Selecta, you share in the UK, for example, it's snowing at present. My goodness. Winter already there. I appreciate that, dear Sovereign Cycle. I appreciate that, dear Sovereign Cycle. I'm concerned. Right now I am happy and healthy, and at this moment, that's all that matters. And over in Australia, Starlight Wow shares that it's over 110 degrees Fahrenheit. My goodness. But you guys don't use Fahrenheit, and neither do I. So what's that in Celsius? Little Potato Sam, you share over there. There's snow, hail, and rain, and the weather doesn't know what it wants to do in the UK. How dynamic. Mother Nature is just trying things on. That makes sense. Lalitha, you share it's very cold degrees Celsius. 110 Fahrenheit in Celsius? I think that's pretty hot. I know that the way I heard an American explain it to me, the Fahrenheit system is basically percentage hot. You know, if it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit, it's 50 degrees hot, or it's 50% hot. If it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit, then it's 100% hot out. And if it's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, then it's over 100% hot. More than the human body wants. Dear Blaze, Jesus is being mischievous. Perhaps trying to incite a reaction. But I will take it serious. If you are having any kind of sexual relationship with an angel, it's probably not an angel. And because an angel is a representative for our higher self and potential. And sexuality is a part of our lower nature. And so it's a good qualification. In case you ever want to know, is this an angel or not an angel? But let's be respectful of people's different traditions. Thank you. You like hot weather, dear Jennifer, but cold can be refreshing. It's important to have a diversity of experience, isn't it? When we're feeling the heat of the summer, we think, oh my goodness, how nice would it be to jump in snow right now, or be in rain. And if we're in really cold rain or winds or snow, we think, oh my goodness, how wonderful would it be to be in the hot sun? But how often is it that you're in a weather that you go, you know what, I would like to be here, and that never changes? How can you find that kind of acceptance? That when you're in the hot sun, you go, this is exactly what I want to feel. And when you're in the cold, you go, this is exactly what I want to feel. There is perfect weather in Arizona right now for Cody. There is perfect weather in Arizona right now for Cody. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. That's for you, dear Ushabai. I don't know if that my thanks came through earlier, as I acknowledge your fruit friends and finger heart. But I do wonder how you're feeling in this moment. I wonder how everyone is, and how I can hold space for what you're going through in this moment, whatever it may be. Welcome, dear Jake. I do have a question of the day for everyone. I just have to switch scenes to be able to display it. Dear Starlight Wow, you asks, what do I feel Lucifer represents? I really love the wisdom inherent in the way you ask that question. That you feel that such a personification represents something. And so we should be asking about the nature of that symbolism. Gain the merit and value of understanding the story. To me, the devil, Lucifer, or some people distinguish it. There's reason and purpose in distinguishing between these things and Satan and whatnot. But in general, you know, an embodiment of evil represents our state if we don't go beyond. If we're just serving our limited sense of self, our body, our senses, then we'll be trying to accumulate things. We'll be trying to take away from others in order for us to personally gain. Thus we experience greed and envy and hate, etc., arising from our lower nature, arising from having a limited sense of self. And so to go beyond that means to expand your sense of self, to include others. So it's not about me, mine, and I. It's about we and us. And there is no them and they. No separation between yourself and others. There's just life that you are part of. And serving that is what God represents. Little potato sham, shammy, shammy, sham. You share you're feeling better than you did yesterday, which you're grateful for. I'm very happy to hear that, little potato Sam. And I'm glad that you ask. Invite everyone else to share how they're feeling too. It's very, very sweet when you find quotes worthy of sharing here, dear Starlight Wow. That makes sense, dear Jennifer. And I'm happy that there is realization, even during fear. But remember always that not to dismiss the genuine work and help that's possible at the level of politics, but real change always begins in our heart. Policy was never going to be enough to make the world a better place, so doesn't matter even if you elect the best person in the world, we still have to make each one of us the best version of ourselves in order to make our homes, our communities, our cities, our states, our provinces and countries and world a better place. In that order, that it matters not who we elect outside to represent us, but how we represent the whole personally, and how our own ability to make a difference inspires those around us. And that input is going to make a much greater difference anyway. A single person may have just one vote to influence government every 4 years nationally in America. But what are you going to do for the rest of those 4 years personally? Are you just going to wait until 4 years from now to make another decision and then go, oh well, the guy I wanted seemed to be the guy most people wanted, or the guy I wanted isn't the person I wanted? That real change does not happen just once every 4 years. It happens over the course of your entire life. How you are representing what you want to see in the world in each moment. And electing love within your heart. And inspiring others to do the same. Based on the smile that it paints on your face. With that understanding, there's nothing to fear. Because the happiness of your life is determined solely by your ability to be what you want to see in the world. Not by what you see in the world. Hello, dear Derek. Dear Paladin, Caesar, you ask if I have any thoughts on monogamy, and am I monogamous? Right now, I don't have a concept of the kind of relationship I want to have in a romantic sense, because I have only love for everyone, and no one in particular. And how anyone else chooses to love is always the choice of themselves and the people that receive it. So as long as there is a biconditional consent, then no one else has a say on how they get to share that love together. Only those involved in the love get to decide how they want to be together. And right now, I want to be in such a way that my love is received by as many people as possible, and that we bring that love to higher and higher places. And there's so much beyond our physicality to love, and there's already so much attention at the level of the physical that I feel the need to contribute to the love for things beyond the physical. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for the beating heart that you shared. That is very kind of you. Om Shri Mahalakshmi. And dear Hairspray Betty, thank you for your finger heart. Radhi, Radhi. You're almost perfect, shares Usha, but you're having a migraine. Oh my goodness. Well, if you need to separate from technology, that's understandable. Turn your screen brightness down at the very least. Make things nice and dark and quiet, and if you need to step away from this live, that's completely understandable. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 6 roses. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Beamer Creamers, you ask, do I smoke? Real question, as I just always look happy and you love it. Well, I'm happy that you love my happiness. I was a big stoner, to probably nobody's surprise, when I was a teenager, and it gave me so many different novel and unique experiences and ways of looking at things. And I'm really grateful for the time I had with a sacred herb from Mother Earth. But the problem is I didn't respect her, and I was using it to try to extract something from her, and she only had so many lessons that I needed to learn from her. So as with any medicine that you keep taking again and again, if it's supposed to cure you of something, then you don't have to keep taking it. And if you keep taking it, then the medicine becomes poison. So at some point it stopped becoming a medicine, and it would give me some real severe anxiety. And it was like Mother Nature started lowering my tolerance. It's like a reverse tolerance, that the more I used it, the more sensitive I became to it. And now even a single flake, I'm not kidding, would be like a psychedelic trip. And people didn't believe me that on such a small amount I'd be out of my mind. So at some point I recognized the message that Mother Nature was sending to me, and it was time for me to move beyond these substances, as the lesson I had to learn was learned. And since then I've discovered that everything you need to be high is within. Truly. It's not like the cannabinoids in the THC and the CBD hijack some system. Our system has naturally evolved to produce our own cannabinoids, called endocannabinoids. Endo meaning generated from within. And you'll observe that the endocannabinoid level of children is even higher than people who are stoners, everyday use stoners. And monks and frequent meditators, they're constantly blissed out. Just the nature of their own system. Cannabinoids, endocannabinoids working as they should. So no need to supplement externally when that system is something that you can manage from within. Just imagine that you are a factory manager, and the product of your factory is the chemicals in your body. How would you choose to manage the factory? What kind of product do you want to produce? Do you want a high quality product in terms of endocannabinoids and serotonin, oxytocin, endorphins? Or do you want a low quality product in terms of cortisol and dopamine and epinephrine, giving you adrenaline rushes where you don't need to, and all the other stress hormones and whatnot? And isn't that our role? We are that, the manager of the greatest chemical factory on the planet. We just need to read the damn user's manual to figure out how to operate these machines, get them in working order, so we don't have to go to a third party. Everything is made in-house. You don't have to get your product made in China and then assembled here. You can make it and assemble it here in your body. Happy that answer resonates with you, dear Beamer. And Crown Prince, you share, your brain doesn't produce enough dopamine though. Dopamine is a dangerous chemical, I want to say, first of all. The danger is not that you produce not enough dopamine, but you've become addicted to the rush of dopamine itself. Because dopamine is not actually a good chemical for your body, because it promises but never returns. Even in a dopamine rush, you don't actually feel fulfillment. When you have high levels of dopamine, you feel like there's something missing. And now when you have low levels of dopamine, you've correlated it with the dopamine itself. Now you're really feeling like you're missing something. And so the dopamine is a partial fix. The problem is not the dopamine, the level of dopamine. It's the fact that we're valuing short-term gratification. And that's the chemical of short-term gratification. That if you want to feel something temporary, then you want dopamine. But no temporary feeling can ever fulfill you, because you are not temporary. You are an infinite being. And as an infinite being, only something eternal can satisfy you. So we have to shift our values from instant gratification to long-term satisfaction. So don't worry about dopamine. Worry about serotonin, for example, the chemical of long-term satisfaction. Oftentimes, people are trying to fix a serotonin imbalance with dopamine. For example, in depression, it's been long understood that depression is correlated with low levels of serotonin. And yet, people who are depressed are often the highest users or the most frequent users of things that produce dopamine rushes, like certain drugs and unhealthy behavioral problems. So the problem itself isn't the dopamine. That's the symptom of an underlying problem, which is a lack of a long-term satisfaction. That right now you feel like there is a lack of meaning and purpose in your life. And because of that, you're trying to supplement it with the bliss of ignorance, which is a dopamine rush. Because in a dopamine rush, you don't have to worry about meaning or purpose. It's not actually giving you purpose or meaning. It's making you ignorant of the fact that you're missing meaning or purpose. And so you feel wonderful because you forget all the problems in your life for that moment. And then once your awareness returns, it raises again. I think that's a good point that I should emphasize. That a dopamine crash is actually the raising of your awareness again, that you've raised to become aware of the lack of meaning or purpose again. And a dopamine rush is really a drop in your awareness. You're losing consciousness in a dopamine rush. So the way out of this cycle of dropping into unconsciousness of something in order to feel some temporary relief and then raising back up to the reality of agony is to go above, become more conscious rather than less conscious. That we're stuck at this level in between unconscious and being fully conscious. And throughout the spiritual practice, we lift that level higher and higher until we expand our sense of self to include enough to find meaning and purpose. And Crown Prince, you ask, but ADHD is a lack of dopamine, is it not? I'm unfamiliar with the current neurological understanding of ADHD. But I'll tell you that in my opinion, it's not a disorder, but it's actually a sign of a spiritual person. Someone who has ADHD, actually, no matter how badly you have ADHD, you think, I guarantee I can get your attention. Because I know what interests people with ADHD. Given that it's something that I've been diagnosed with. Anyone with ADHD does not actually have a deficit in anything. What they have is something that other people don't. And it's a dispassion towards the state of society and the boredom that you find through traditional worldly means. That's all it is that the person who's not paying attention in class actually just doesn't care about learning what apparently is going to help them later in life, but really they have a deep longing for something spiritual and meaningful. Is it not? Everyone in chat is agreeing. It's good to see. That when something profound enters your awareness, there's no question of having a lack of attention. You are completely absorbed in that. That's why we also say that people with ADHD can have hyper-focus. So where's the paradox there? That at some times you have a lack of attention and in other times you have hyper-focus. That's just a concentration of attention. So it's not that there's anything wrong with you. The problem is in the world. And the world around you is just not interesting enough for you. That you have become so realized as a soul that you know that the kinds of meanderings in small talk and your education system is just not enough to capture the purpose of your life, which you know is meant for something much bigger. And the moment someone starts talking to you about your special interest, the moment you have that connection made, you're there, you're present, you're deeply engaged, listening in each word. So does that say anything about you? Or does it say more about the world around you? In my opinion, ADHD is a diagnosis we make for the environment surrounding a person rather than the person itself. There's nothing wrong with the person. It's the environment around them that's not suitable for them. That this is a child or an adult who is only captivated by something deep and mystical and profound, and so they're simply not meant for ordinary life. And it's only from the perspective of ordinary life do we feel like you have to fix anything, that you have to be medicated. And if you notice, as someone who's been on ADHD medication before, all it does is make you more worldly. It makes you more quote-unquote normal. It doesn't actually fix the surrounding environment. It doesn't engage you deeply in what really interests you. It temporarily boosts the satisfaction you get from something that ordinarily does not. It's like tricking you into doing something that you don't actually want to do, rather than finally getting you to do something that people say you want to do. My alarm is going off on my phone. Sorry about that. My phone was vibrating, so it maybe looked like there was a little earthquake or something happening here. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Ina. Now, that's not an alternative perspective to the science. I'm not disagreeing with scientists or psychiatrists, psychologists, and medical professionals. It's just that they're coming from a different point of view. And this isn't to replace that point of view, but to complement it. That from the perspective of trying to fit in with what everyone else is doing, then we call it attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But from the perspective of someone who has that experience, you're not deficit in any way, nor are you hyper in any other way. That's normal to you. So if we had a world full of those kinds of people, then no one would seem hyperactive or have a deficit in attention. Those are just the terms we use if you're not already like that and you're describing someone else. But from your own perspective, from within, from the spiritual perspective, you should see that you're not lacking in any quality whatsoever. In fact, you have something very unique, and it's a yearning for something deeper. That's all. Crown Prince, you share the medication helps you stay on track, but you do agree the world isn't built for neurodivergent people. That's right. But on track, on the tracks that were built by the neurotypical people. Isn't it so? If you had your own track, then you wouldn't need a medication to keep you on another track. You'd have your own. Isn't it? If you want to live like a neurotypical person, then the medication is indeed helpful. If you want to go beyond that, then it's not necessary. It's like it's like a corset. That if you want to look skinny, as society wants you to be, then you wear a corset. And it's genuinely helpful with making you look skinnier. No doubt about that. That if you wear a corset, you will appear to be skinnier. Absolutely. But the question is, under the assumption is that it's better to look skinny. But if you question that, then you don't need to wear the corset. If you see the value in having the body shape that you do, then a corset's completely unnecessary. It only helps you fit in. Likewise, in your case, you share it helps navigate convoluted feelings. Or does it? Or does it simply repress the feelings? And so that the moment that you go off the medication, it all comes back. If it genuinely helped process your feelings, then after you take it, your feelings would have been processed. And then you wouldn't need to take it again. But the fact that it's an ongoing process means that it's only attending to something temporary and not actually providing a permanent fix. That a real process to manage your feelings is one and done with. That you go through the process of processing your experience, and then you don't need to do it again. It never resurfaces. It's a cure. You mean it helps navigate their convoluted feelings, not your own? I see. And again, that makes sense. Because it helps you think the way that they do. In the limited neurotypical worldview. But again, only temporarily. Anyway, this is not to tell you that you're doing anything wrong. I don't want anyone to feel guilty for being on a certain medication. Don't worry. The point of this discussion is not to say that anyone is invalid in their current experience. But I'm saying there's something more. And I want you to be aware of the possibilities that lay beyond. And as long as you're aware of that choice, then my point has successfully landed. The personal choice is within everyone to do with that information as you will. But I'm not a fearmongerer. Don't worry. All I'm trying to suggest is that something like ADHD is only temporarily managed according to what it means to fit into the society around. And there are ways of alleviating yourself from the so-called symptoms permanently, and that does not require any physical substance or medication. Now, it may require therapy. It may require some other form of counseling. But that process is to be directed within yourself, to be able to find the unique ways to live your best life without having to fit into the box that other people place you in. And that is where spirituality comes in. Therapy is happening, definitely. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I want everyone to be affirmed that that medication is a wonderful thing and so helpful for temporary relief. Even though permanent relief should be the goal, to cure rather than treat the symptoms, it's still necessary at times to find temporary relief. Like, for example, if you're undergoing surgery, even though anesthesia also makes the pain in your tummy go away as the surgery is going, the anesthesia is still done in tandem with the surgery, partly because it makes the surgery easier. That long-term solutions are made easier with the help of short-term remedies. And so you can absolutely use this time and the relief that you get to work on deeper aspects of yourself, which would be harder to do in absence of that temporary relief. You can't imagine surgery without anesthesia, shares Jennifer. Well, hopefully you don't ever have to. But similarly, the medication that's used to treat various psychological conditions is so helpful in the short term. And by the way, short term can mean years. The kind of long term that I'm talking about is in the most ultimate sense. So there's no timeline that separates being on something in the short term versus long term. You could be on antidepressants for decades, and that's completely valid. And then, maybe in the last 10 years of your life, you finally find the problem deep within, and it's been resolved, and you're able to go off of it. Tapering, hopefully, probably, because still your body can undergo withdrawal from it, even though you might not necessarily need anything like that. It looks different for everyone, and no one needs to compare their journey with another's in terms of the timeline or what it looks on any level for anyone. We all have different bodies and neurochemistry and minds. But I do believe in the power of mind over matter, and that we can find long-term solutions to things that science has only caught up to be able to manage in the short term, advanced as it is. Through, ironically, very ancient ways too, like changing our diet to be more ethical, to serving others, changing our behavior to reflect a higher point of view, positive reframing, all the various kinds of yoga. All of these things will be helpful for long-term success and happiness. Thank you, dear Dr. Ginny, for your trio of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. But I am worried that I may have made anyone feel invalidated in the way I chose to word things, so if there's anything I can affirm, please let me know. So I believe things like neurodivergence is a sign of being spiritual. Indeed. Give me any trait of neurodivergence, whether it's from the autistic spectrum or BPD, or whether it's ADHD, whatever it is. We'll play it together, this game. You give me any symptom of any neurodivergent trait, and I will tell you the way in which that's a spiritual quality. And my bet is that no one will be able to give me something that cannot be recognized as a spiritual quality. Lack of focus, shares Rebso. As we said, lack of focus simply means that of the things you have to focus on, none of them interest you deeply. But profound ideas, like the ones you find through spiritual exploration, will allow you to be focused. So it's a lack of focus on worldly things, like getting a material education or a material job. Hard to focus for those things, but when it comes to pondering about deep things, you're very focused. Dissociative identity disorder, absolutely, there are spiritual ways to reconcile all of these. Cody Jane, you share OCD, the fear of contamination, getting sick, because you recognize deeply that all of this is temporary, and you know that if you don't take care of this body, that one day it will come to pass, and so you're not under the illusion that you will live forever. Darlene, you share the inability to accomplish a complete list of tasks. Your inability to accomplish a complete list of tasks is an ability to prioritize rest, because you know how important it is to take time between tasks, and so you don't exhaust yourself fully. Dear Crown Prince, you share executive dysfunction, wanting to do certain things but not being able to make yourself do it, because you know you're not the body, not the mind. So in those moments, you're prioritizing something else besides the body, besides the mind. Masking. Masking means you know you're not the personality. Therefore, the kind of way you express yourself is not something you identify with, as other people may. Hello, dear Mirna. Fast Thinking shares Jennifer, you have a wealth of experience, and you recognize the value between all thoughts that you don't know which one to choose. Social Anxiety shares Tati Munika, that you're so excited to be able to connect and express yourself from a deep place that it overwhelms you, because you know these experiences are what make life meaningful. I'm glad you like this game, dear Crown Prince. Paranoia, constant worrying, shares Darlene. Your awareness is turned up to max, that you're sensitive to so many different things and subtle forms of energy, and you're unable to keep track of it all due to the expansion of your awareness in so many different places. Ryan, you share you have a terrible attention span. The things in your life are terrible at getting your attention, but you are excellent at giving attention to the things that truly inspire you, that come from a much deeper place than most of worldly life. Pattern recognition, shares Crown Prince, yes. I don't even have to rephrase that. That's just a spiritual quality already. The ability to recognize patterns coming from a wider experience, able to keep track of the whole and its parts. You'll have to tell me what katsaridophobia is, dear Mirna. Billy, you share being aware of the good things about you but still having low self-esteem. Well, you've already described the spiritual part, which is being aware of the good things about you. The other part of that, still having low self-esteem, you are on the journey to discover just how much validity you have created from yourself. If you're constantly surrounded by affirmation, well, you might never begin to question how you can begin to create a sense of validation from within. Your journey is just that. You've experienced this absence of self-esteem in order to direct you inwards. Overthinking asks G to infinity. You know the value of your thoughts and the power your mind has, but you forget that your mind is able to make something beautiful out of any thought in particular. And that's the thing, there's always a catch. It's like it's like superhero powers, but there's something you have to overcome. And people are so focused on what you have to overcome that they're only aware of the flaw, but they don't see where it leads. And that's what these traits and symptoms are. The limitations for us to discover our inner spiritual possibilities. You experience overthinking so that you recognize the value of thought, and you know that there is something about any thought that can be an expression of truth. But you forget that you can find that fulfillment in any thought in particular. So you don't have to try to hoard all of the ideas and thoughts together and jump by one to just get a little bit of that truth at a time. You can give yourself completely to anything in particular. Dear JD Questions, you ask, if it's not your thoughts, then whose thoughts are they? I don't know who said they're not your thoughts. No, you have thoughts. These thoughts in your mind are yours, but they're not you. Just like this is your body, but it's not you. Like how you have a car, if you have a car, but your car isn't you. All you have to do is recognize the difference between the driver and the thing that you're driving. You have a body. This is your body. It truly is yours, but the body isn't you. Similarly, you have thoughts. These are your thoughts, but they're not you. If it's your body, then it is me. Okay. You are watching this on what? On a phone? Probably. A computer? Apple TV? You're watching this on a phone, probably. An iPhone, Android. Phone. Is it your phone? Or is it someone else? It's your phone? Okay, well, is the phone you? Are you the phone? If your phone died, does that mean you die? Maybe it feels like that sometimes, especially if you're a teenager, maybe. That if your phone dies, you feel like you die. Mm-hmm. You don't feel like it's a good analogy? Well, at the very least, we can have things that are ours, but not be us. We can have a phone and not be the phone. So, in the same sense, we can have a body but not be the body. The difference is simply that you identify with the body, but you don't identify with the phone. If you identify with the phone, then you'll also suffer when the phone turns off too. You've chosen to identify with the body because you live in a world that's body-centric. If you grow up in a context that's phone-centric, you'll probably grow up identified as phone. Do you experience having a body, or does your body experience having you? So what do I identify with? I identify with the ability to understand, to connect, to be aware, to serve. All of these things are done through the body, which is why it's important to take good care of the body. But they are what happens through it, not as it. In the same way that you can play music through an instrument, you can play, let's say, Staircase to Heaven on a guitar, but that doesn't make the guitar Staircase to Heaven. The guitar is simply what allows the music to be sung, but the music exists as something transcendental to the instrument itself. And remember, this question is not going to be resolved just by asking someone on TikTok and receiving an answer. You have to look within your own experience and make it an experientiable reality rather than just a theoretical understanding. It's not a theory that you're not the body, not the mind, but something beyond. It's a reality that you can experience. And the experience is not going to come, probably not, by watching a TikTok live. So if it doesn't make sense, it's not meant to just by you hearing it. There are certain techniques that are required in order to make this a real experience for us. Crown Prince, you ask, so if we are not our bodies and minds, what are we? Conscious awareness. Not anything that happens on the screen, but the screen itself. Not anything that the light illuminates, but the source of illumination itself. You are the one which is experiencing the world, and not anything of the world that can be experienced. Your body is something that you experience. If you even think about that sentence, that's enough to be free from identification with the body. That you experience a body. So who is the one experiencing the body? The body itself is inert. A dead body definitely can't recognize itself. So if it's just the body having this experience, then a dead body should have some self-awareness. But it doesn't. The body is in you. It's in your experience. Just as the phone in front of you is in your experience. You can hold up your hand and you can hold up your phone. So both your hand and your phone is within your experience. You see the walls around you, therefore you're not the walls. You see a car passing by, therefore you're not a car. It's just because this thing, this body, doesn't seem to leave your experience all that often. The parts of the things that appear to stay in your experience, we begin to identify with and form associations with. And that's the mechanism of identification. What persists, we begin to identify with. You can imagine that if you had someone in your life that was always loving and kind and wonderful, that would begin to be something that you identify with also. If from the moment you are born to the moment you die, you had someone in your life always saying, I'm stupid, I'm not enough, I'm terrible, then you would probably begin to identify with those things after a while. But you were never the one which is saying, I'm stupid, I'm not enough, I'm terrible. But it's a part of the experience, a part of the world is saying that. And maybe that's being echoed in your mind. And so there's an echo in your mind of these things. And if that echo persists for a while, then you start to feel like you're the one who's saying this, who's not enough and terrible, etc. So the good news is that we can use that to reprogram our sense of self. This thing up here, this radio we call the mind, just change the station to something that speaks true to the witness. May the mind keep repeating an affirmation of what its higher self is, and then you begin to understand what you are. I am love, the mind will say. I am peace, I am capable of making a difference. I am that which can reach out and lend understanding. I am the one that is reflected in all beings, the possibilities within everyone. If you can let your mind continue to repeat that, and at some point the consciousness will return, taking these words as indications of its true self. Dear Zajk, or maybe the J is not pronounced Ja, but like a Y. Zaik. You clarify. So we are basically the hive mind, a collective consciousness, like by the Borg in Star Trek. At the level of consciousness, we are one. But we have different minds. That is true. My mind is very different from your mind. Just like an ocean, there are various waves that exist on the ocean, and they're all part of the same ocean, but they're different waves, that's for sure. Conscious or aware, asks Crown Prince. I use these interchangeably. Conscious, aware, perceptible, or perceiving. You are the consciousness, you are the awareness, you are the perceiver, you are the witness, you are the watcher, you are the one who sees, the one who hears, the knower, the experiencer, etc. To me, these are just synonyms. I love that addition, dear G to infinity. Dear unlocked minds, you ask, what is my opinion on organized religion? Some people benefit from having a structure around them, having an order or a form of organization. Some people don't. Having the opportunity to go beyond your organization is always a free choice that an individual should know that they have the ability to make. Just like how how shall I say this? Well, just like anything in life, that if you share a passion for something, that you can create an organization around that. You can create an organization of video game players, call that a Discord server. You can create an organization of scientists, call that a research lab. You can create an organization of spiritual people and call that a religion. But all it is a group of people that share some common ground. But no one is ever defined by what community they specifically choose to be a part of or not, because anyone could be a part of any group as long as they are willing to abide by the same guidelines, etc. The choice is yours and the individual, always. Thank you, dear Eileen, for the tiny that you had sent a few minutes ago. Yippee! And dear Samra, thank you for your pair of donuts. Radhe, Radhe. And dear JD Questions, thank you for your festive crown. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And Zyke Reloaded, thank you for your rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Crown Prince, you ask, what about when we dream? We aren't conscious. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Crown Prince, you ask, what about when we dream? We aren't conscious or aware. So do we still exist? That's a great question. Thank you for liking the live, dear Matt Giza. When we are awake, we say that we are conscious. And when a person is asleep, we might say that they're subconscious in their dreams or unconscious in deep sleep. But conscious is a verb. Conscious of what? Unconscious of what? It's not that the being is conscious or unconscious. Absolutely. It's that while awake, we're conscious of everything. As much as we can be. When we're dreaming, we're only conscious of what exists within. And when we're asleep, deep sleep, we're not conscious of anything. The consciousness is the same. It's what you're conscious of that changes. To put it in other words, sleep is not an absence of consciousness. It's a consciousness of absence. It's not the lack of experience. It's the experience of a lack. Just like how you can listen to silence. And you might literally say that you're not hearing anything, but you're still hearing silence. And you could close your eyes and you could say that you're not seeing anything, but you're still seeing darkness. So in deep sleep, it's not that we're not conscious. It's only that there's no thoughts to be conscious of, no sights to be conscious of, no sounds. And that's why after sleeping, you can still, in your conscious experience, know that some passage of time occurred because there was an experience of consciousness. Just it didn't include any object. Pure being without anything else. Happy that made sense. Hello, dear Macy Gypsy. How are you? You can imagine that if there truly was no consciousness during sleep, then you wouldn't even know that you slept. You'd hit the bed and you'd get right out and you wouldn't think anything of it. But clearly, there is an experience that continues during deep sleep. So that informs us about our nature. That as consciousness, we are not something that comes and goes. That if in deep sleep there is still a consciousness, what does that tell you about death? This is a Vedantic train of thought from ancient times. And if you follow this thought, it will lead you to the realization of your immortality. That you are already immortal. It's just that you were never the body, never the mind. You were the consciousness that is changeless. PK, you ask a great question. Can that state be known? If we bend the word to know, poetically you could say yes. But literally speaking, no. That state can't be known because it is the knower. But indirectly, everything in our experience informs us about our nature as the knower, because everything that can be known tells us that there must be someone or something doing the knowing. We can't exactly know the knower as an object of knowledge, but every object of knowledge reminds us, so to speak, that we are a knower. In the same way that there's no way to see or hear or feel consciousness, but everything that you see or hear or feel informs you of your consciousness. Thank you, dear Megan, for your 10 roses. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. And dear Dove Darker, thank you for your heart me. You are good, shares Macy Gypsy. I am very happy to hear that. User 308, you ask, what about dreams? Well, when you're dreaming, you were able to dream about people that you've seen before. You are able to dream about places you've been before. You are able to experience everything that you've experienced before as it is stored in the subconscious, as the subconscious. Dream is a withdrawal from the physical and an abiding in the subtle, in pure mentality. Your mind is very deep, and you can only process one thought at a time in the waking state. But in dream state, you're able to cognize many different thoughts simultaneously in a very direct way, where they form the dreamscape itself. Like Pandora's box. That's a great way of putting it, Cynthia. Dear Megan, you ask if I have any thoughts on regaining repressed memories, aka trauma. Your question is very practical because it applies to a lot of people. And the deeper you can go back in your memories, the more you are able to regain parts of yourself that were intuitive when you were much younger, as a child and especially as a baby. It's no surprise to many psychologists that certain bottlenecks can happen in our experience of time when we experience trauma. And let me move back to my blackboard. So if we consider this the flow of a person's life, their timeline, and this is birth when they're a baby, and then we have death over here, and life flows in between. as we grow, we begin to accumulate more and more and more memories, generally. And so, let's say the vertical axis represents the scope of your life. But certain bottlenecks can occur arbitrarily. Let's say over here, there's a kind of indent because we were forced at that time to minimize our sense of self. We were forced to restrict our awareness, maybe for a survival mechanism. Who knows? There could be any assortment of traumatic events that happened here. But at that moment, a kind of restriction happened that in order to ensure the safety of your body and mind going forward, as a defense mechanism, a kind of tightening of your awareness happened. And then we still get residual effects of that. Then correspondingly, to some degree, your experience is limited to this scope, and you never really grow out of that until you can really go back even further. So if you recognize that there is this whole span of experience that you could be having, but right now you're limited in terms of your memory due to trauma, that you're trying to go back to the past through places that have been limited, that you've blocked yourself off from, that there's really no way of going back far enough through these parts of the bottleneck that you've cut yourself off from. So you have to make yourself small again and relive the experience as you did to be able to go even deeper. You have to fit through that hole that you made for yourself. Oh, did I never have the screen showing? I apologize for that. I forgot to turn it back on. Let me try that one more time, but 2 times speed. Here's the timeline of your life. From beginning to end, or beginning to wherever you are now on the horizontal axis. Here is the scope of your life, the expansion of your experience. But at some point in your childhood, probably, that there was a bottleneck because you had to minimize your sense of self in order to survive. You didn't know any better, especially if you were really young. That a certain kind of restriction happened of your sense of self, your awareness, and that created a bottleneck for you in your past. And now, to some extent, even as you live on, parts of you are kind of stuck in between that bottleneck, and you want to live according to the full scope of your experience that you know is possible, but so much is kind of stuck in between these two lines defined by that moment so long ago. And according to the life that you want to live, you're trying to go back to access your childhood through the parts that you've closed off from. And that's not going to work. So you can't go back through your memories according to the experiences that you've gathered after, according to the way you see yourself now. You have to find that thread which has stayed in between those bounds for so long, and thread the needle, as it were, and then be able to experience all the way back to when you were a happy baby. You have to fit through the hole that you made for yourself, which, practically speaking, means reliving the moment as it was. That you're not trying to avoid what it is that limits you, not trying to navigate around, no, but fit through the very hole that you had made for yourself. Go back in time just as it was, through those memories. Be brave and continue to dial back the time just as you were. I hope that makes sense. It's the baby son. What show was that? That was Teletubbies, wasn't it, dear Billy? The narrow path. Shares just call me Alice. I like the way you put that. The narrow path, indeed. You have to thread the needle of your trauma by finding yourself that has lived through all of those moments. Living just as you were. That baseline. Yes, the bottleneck represents a limitation that you temporarily imposed on yourself in order to survive as a self-defense mechanism. But as indicated by my white lines that continue to expand beyond that, those red lines, your true self has always been expanding. So don't feel like just because ever since that time you feel like you've been trapped according to your trauma to live in this narrow band of life, that your life has been limited. Beyond that, you have always been expanding and growing normally, just like everyone else. You have been gaining experiences, but you haven't been living at that spectrum, that broad range of experience yet. So in order to go back to release that limitation that you've drawn around yourself at that time, you have to go back to that moment to experience it again, and then affirm yourself. Now that you are older and wiser, and lighten the load on your present self. Maybe in that moment, that limitation means, for example, that there's something wrong with me. Maybe your parents were arguing for whatever reason, and according to your limited understanding, that some part of you felt like that's me who caused that I wasn't enough, that I didn't bring enough love into my parents' lives, for example. And now you've limited yourself. You've created this cusp around the full expanse of yourself. And you've lived between those lines ever since. But you have to go back and find that rubber band on your sense of self and ask, why did I place it there? It was in order to make sense of my experience at the time, but now I know it's not true. Now I'm able to cut that band and release it. And at that point, you don't have to catch up to everyone who has lived a life of different circumstances. You already catch up instantly in that moment, because you've always been growing at the same expanse as everyone else. You catch up to everyone else's level of healing in that moment. Forgiveness helps to release the past. Absolutely, dear Cynthia. We go back to live through the same experience, but now with a greater toolkit at our disposal. And forgiveness is one of the sharpest tools in our kit. Inner child work. Yeah. That's a great way of putting that, Billy. Yes, that's exactly what it is, I should say. And Tati Munika, you ask, is it necessary to go through trauma that one has forgotten? Yes. As long as you want to expand beyond those red lines that I've put there. It's unfortunate because it is a painful process. As Megan puts it, I understand that experiencing the moment again will be painful, but I feel ready to be whole again. And that comes when you're ready. If you don't feel ready for that now, no problem. No problem at all. As I said, the moment that you do, you expand into the being that you've always been. And no part of your past was a waste of time or anything like that. And that's why the timeline looks different for everyone, and there's no necessity to be ready for that now. But if you are ready, I recommend having a safe space in order for you to do so. You know, that requires going into the trauma yourself. And if you fear that you might get trapped there, then an insurance policy can be having someone like a friend or family member that's able to pull you back out of that memory. Maybe you widened that bottleneck a little bit, and that's enough for now. And you go back later when you're feeling stronger again. That's why it's important to have a therapist to help you guide the process of that, for example. And dear Reb, you ask, how social am I? Well, you can see for yourself in the interactions we have here. And thank you, dear Benjamin, for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Megan, thank you for the hand hearts that you had sent. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Anna, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Now, Matthew asks, how to go back when not remembering anything from that time? Well, that's interestingly exactly what started this conversation. So let me redraw this in a different way. And let me remember to actually have it on screen this time. So the reason why we brought this up in the first place was to go back further in your memories, that the traumas are exactly what's preventing you from recognizing all your experiences. So I've drawn just one bottleneck here. And so that bottleneck of your experience represents just one trauma. We'll call that T1. But if you don't even have a recollection of T1, then it's probably not the most recent trauma. It's probably something else that happened after that. And so you start with what you can remember. You go as far back as you can. Maybe it's not T1, maybe it's not T2. Maybe there are many different experiences that you've had that have been traumatic. And you just go far back as you can and deal with just the most recent one. If you can't remember all the way back here, then there's something else further on the timeline that's preventing you from going back further. And so before you worry about that, start with what you can go back to and ask, what happened there that made me close in on some aspect of myself and has been a limitation ever since, for example. Hope that makes sense. How to recall, asks Alec. You keep going back. Maybe if you went to school, you ask, can I remember, my grade 12 teacher? Yep. Grade 11, yep. Grade 9, 8, or did I skip 10? 9, 8, 7. And maybe, I can't remember grade 3. Maybe that's what it is for you. Okay. So something around there. All right, well, let's go continue. Grade 4, yeah, I definitely remember. I remember saying goodbye to everyone at the end of grade 4. I remember that camp I went to during spring break. Yup. And, wait a second. I don't remember the beginning of grade 4. So something happened between the start and end. You can narrow it down. And maybe it will help to include other people in your life. You can talk to your siblings or childhood friends, or maybe even teachers or parents, family members. You ask, what happened in grade 4? What happened in the middle of grade 4? My goodness, I can only remember the second half. And maybe they say that was when your neighbor died and it really affected you. And then you go, oh my God, my neighbor. I totally forgot about him. That it hurt me so much that I just kind of erased him from my memory. Wow, that's it. You can take some help from other people. Otherwise, you keep doing your best in various increments through the help of the guidance of a therapist or some other professional, and continue to meditate. The more you meditate, the more space you open up in yourself for any repressed thoughts to come. And by the way, if you find it difficult to meditate, it's probably because you're doing it correctly. If you notice that every time you meditate, all these memories just keep coming up that are bothering you, well, you're doing it right then. Now your duty is to observe and watch those memories. That is the meditation for you at that moment. Susan, you share that breathwork can help open it up, as can body work. That's a great addition. Thank you for that, dear Susan. Yeah, our body keeps score, as the saying goes. Just by becoming familiar with your own body again can reopen memories tied to it, especially physical traumas. And breath is something that changes depending on the circumstance too. The way in which you were breathing in a moment, especially if it was traumatic, can be rediscovered through your breath. Because we often forget to breathe in those moments or hyperventilate. Huge portion of the memory can be tied to breath. Thank you, dear Tara and Alec, for your follow. I have to close the live stream in a little bit. We've been going for 4 hours. But that's just to let you know. I won't end abruptly, just over the course of the next maybe 20 minutes or so. Dear Rebsel, you ask, what prompted my interest in spiritual things? Well, spirituality to me is kind of the ultimate goal, to realize our true nature and finally be free of the suffering of life, which has gone on not just in this lifetime, but for infinite lifetimes past. So to me, it's kind of a funny question to answer. It's like, what brought you to the end of the video game? Well, that's kind of the point of playing it, isn't it? If you don't get to the end of the game, then you're still playing it. You're in the middle of it somewhere, or at the beginning, or wherever. And I'm using this metaphor very loosely, because it's not like you stop playing the game, you know. Just like Skyrim, you can continue playing after you beat it. But at some point, eventually you become free to do whatever you want. You're not limited by the main quest anymore. Spirituality, you could say, is to finally finish the main quest. So you ask someone, why did you finish Skyrim? Well, so I could be free. So I could have that, you know, in my experience, having gone through the main storyline, and now I'm able to make of this world what I want. So perhaps a bigger question, or the next question is, why wouldn't you want to complete the main storyline and be free? Why aren't you interested in spiritual things? Not you in particular, but just as a question that you could ask anyone. Don't you want to finally find freedom and live the life you want to live, and not be confined by the limited plot? You can look at it like that. And thank you, dear Hedy and dear Darlene, for your follows as well. Dorian, dear Alec, and thank you, dear Elisa, for the heart me that you had sent. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Ushabai, thank you for your heart me and tiny. Yippee! The fear of freedom. Oh, isn't that the truth? That why are we interested in spiritual things? So that we can have freedom from fear. But why aren't we? Because there's a fear of freedom. That's very poetic. And dear Megan, thank you for your dozen roses. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Now, I had a question of the day for all of you. I have to go back to Manana to finally reveal it. Today, I ask you all, what do you like about poetry? After we explore this question together, we will be ending today's Saṅgha with a guided meditation decided by you. But before then, I'd love to hear from you. What do you like about poetry? That's my question of the day today. Welcome, Clarence. Dear Rebsel, you share, you like how raw people are when writing poetry. Yeah. Raw is a great term to describe the state of the poet. You like the ones that do not rhyme, shares Alec. Well, most of them don't. Lest we limit ourselves to calling only the rhyming ones poems, we'd be limiting ourselves from so much more poetry. Indeed. Darlene, you like the rhythm. There's a kind of flow and a trust in the flow. When you're reading a poem, there isn't a hesitation. There's a kind of intuitive understanding of the beat, the rhythm, the flow, and the pauses. That comes from looking back at life, 2020 hindsight, knowing that in the moment it appeared that all the things we went through were things to be hesitant about, but now that we can express them, we smooth over our past and expound those prose with such a continuous rhythm. And Alyssa, you share that you like how often it translates truth from the beyond the beyond. Oh, how wonderful. The beyond the beyond. Dear Billy, you like writing poetry. Yes, and you're very good at it. Letting go and getting out of the way of the words. And you enjoy rhyming sometimes. Thank you for sharing, dear Billy. Rebsal, you share, you like how it's coming from a higher source. The poet is just the vessel. Oh, you know, these answers are poetic themselves. And the Chaos Pixie, you share, writing it helps you process. A great way to process your experiences, feelings, and all that sort. Rhythm of poetry is like the Tao, shares Alyssa. There is a lot of rhythm in the poetry of the Tao. And G2 Infinity, you share that poetry feels more natural to speak in its verbal illustration. Ah, verbal illustration. That is the nature of poetry. Usha, you share so much can be said with just few words. Indeed, that's why that guy on The Office, what's his name? He said, why use many word when few word do trick? Cynthia, you share, is it like streaming instead of struggling for the words? Oh, how beautiful. Yeah. That is the flow of the poet, that a word comes and you just put it down. Otherwise, we always are so doubting ourselves with the words that we choose. We can, at least, when we're not in that state. We're struggling to find the right words, but to a poet, there's no wrong words. As long as it comes from our experience, let that stream flow. That's so sweet. There's something just so beautiful about sharing your wonderful answer, dear Ushabai, and then of course me having acknowledged it, and then you receiving my acknowledgement by putting a smiley face in the comments. That's just so wholesome. I love seeing a nice smiley face. Emojis of all sorts. Sometimes it can be hard to read the connotation of just raw text. Dear Alyssa, you share that poetry is like drooling vibrations in an empty room. Wow. Drooling vibrations in an empty room. Now that is illustrative. Well, I really like these answers, everyone. They're so poetic so far. If anyone has any more, do share. But as I'm detecting a lull in the answers, we can transition soon to our guided meditation. Thank you for finding sweetness in me, dear Rebsal. Know that all the sweetness I offer is to be a reflection of all the sweetness that exists inside you. I'm actually just a big mirror for something really beautiful. And that's you. And if there's any imperfections in the mirror, that's on me. But I hope to keep polishing the mirror. And if more and more beauty comes out, please know it's always been there within you. And thank you for liking the live, dear Domak. Ms. Bliss, you share poetry is beautiful. It's word art. I like that. I like that a lot. Why did I choose this question today, asks G2 Infinity. I chose it because I flipped through the pages of the reading we were doing today in Moksha, and I saw that our protagonist was going to be reading some verses in Sanskrit, and so that made me think of poetry, since Sanskrit is most often written like a poem. Which reminds me of my answer to the question of the day, which is that I like that poetry is able to encapsulate truth and speak to the reader or listener's heart, perhaps even more deeply than if it were written out more directly. Poetry is shares Anna. I like that. That's great. And Morgan, you write poetry to make out your thoughts and feelings. I love that. Dear Plantlety. I'm going to minimize the question of the day there for now. Thank you, everyone, for exploring it. If you're still typing an answer, you're welcome to share it. Like Derek, you like to play with words to find a rhythm and deeper meaning for those who take time to digest. How beautiful. But yes, dear Plantlety, you ask what happens if you had a bad Reiki session. Well, remember that you signed a contract at the beginning. At the beginning, the Reiki person always says that this energy will be given to you if you accept it. If you don't accept it, then the contract is voided. So don't worry. Remember, it's consensual. And if there's any negative energy there, then you back out of that, of the consent. You say, this isn't for me. What I received is not in my best interest. I hand it back to the universe. And it goes like that. And poetry is the best thing human ever invented, shares Anna. I love your passion for poetry. All right. We're going to conclude today's Saṅgha with some Nididhyasana, some supplementary practice to consolidate our journey thus far. And Cynthia, you're right that you guess we are poetry in action. I like that. So for today's meditation, oh, that's right, I did have something planned. My meditation today was on healing and health anxiety. People had asked me if I could do a meditation on healing. And so I wanted to do just that for tonight. naturally, there are going to be things that we require external help from. So I will not say that this meditation can heal absolutely everything, because it's not for us to be in perfect health all the time. And the spiritual reason behind that is because our body is full of opportunities for other people to take care of for their own selfless service. And sometimes getting sick or being in pain is something that our soul creates in this body so that we become receptive to love from other people and their support, and that provides them with meaning and purpose too. Just like when I'm sick, I say to my mom, "I'm so sorry that you have to take care of me," and she says, "Nonsense." To me, I'm blessed to be able to be your mom, and I get to be your mom when you're sick, even now that you're old. Sometimes it's the only time I get to be a mom. Knowing that to be the case, we should be allowing ourselves to be sick in some ways for the purpose of providing seva, selfless service for our doctors, our therapists, our lovers, our mothers, our family and friends, etc., as our vulnerability helps them open up too. That said, that's only one aspect of health, and another aspect is our ability to surrender to the moment and a higher power and look for grace within. And for those aspects of our health, that is what I wish to meditate with you on tonight. The part of healing that is our lesson to learn by surrendering to a higher power. So if that sounds good with you, then we'll take the next few minutes together, becoming more and more receptive in our attention to any healing to be underway. And lastly, I wish to affirm that if you are in need of any medical attention, that you do seek professional help too. This is just in addition to all the help that you're already getting. Without further ado, let's begin by bringing our attention first to our breath. So we'll start by taking 3 conscious breaths together. That's 1. That's 2, and on this last one, I want you to release any insecurity about not being able to heal. Let your inhale invite healing energy. And on the exhale, release any feelings of negativity or toxins or spiritual poisons that you may have inadvertently gathered in your system. Turn your attention to that source within you that you reconnect with when you're in deep, deep rest, without actually falling asleep. Although if you do, that's maybe even better. Imagine that you were turning off your senses from the external world, even the dream world, and reconnecting as you would with the same peace and stillness of deep sleep. So visualize a great expanse Neither dark nor light, but a kind of lightless light. I'm sure that your experience informs you of this, that when you have rest, that you wake up rejuvenated, and many wounds have healed at a much greater rate than if you were to just stay awake the whole night. To empower this idea, I want you to remind yourself of a time that you were hurt. That pain could have been physical or mental. And can you recall a moment in your life where you woke up and it was gone the next day? You went to bed, it was there. You woke up and it wasn't. Maybe you had a cut on your arm and the next day it was almost completely gone. And it had been there for a while. Maybe you went to bed feeling really depressed, but you woke up feeling really satisfied with yourself. Something happened in between when you fell asleep and when you woke up. And that help didn't come from any magical fairy sneaking into your room and giving you some elixir of life. No doctor was hiding under the bed and waited for a moment when you were asleep to be able to stick the IV in your arm. Your therapist didn't come in the middle of the night and whisper affirmations into your ear. That whatever healing happened, it came from just what's already a part of you. That as you withdrew from the world, as your senses became refined, subtler and subtler, that you were no longer conscious of the world around you, no longer conscious of dream. In that state of just pure being, so much healing happened. Therefore, within your own experience, you know what's possible when you reconnect with the simplicity of your essence itself, which is the greatest healer of all. Whenever we are sick, our mothers, our doctors, they tell us to rest. When we've had a long day, we get into a bath and we rest, or we meditate. And when we're feeling depressed, we nap a lot too. And all of that is a sign that we go within to heal. And that's the intention of this meditation. Make your exhales longer than your inhales. But don't make your inhales short. They can be long too, but make your exhales even longer. What this does is it signals to your body and mind that you are withdrawing from new experience and releasing old experience. Since our inhale represents new experience and our exhale represents letting go of old experience, having a twice as long exhale withdraws us from the world around us for the moment, just as we do when we sleep naturally. But this time it's a conscious process. one easy way to naturally prolong the length of your breath and have calming effects is to make the air that is exhaled audible. Instead of a silent exhale, you should be able to hear your exhale, not through the intensity through which you breathe out, but simply by holding your own throat and mouth in a different way that changes the sound of the air. Just like when you're angry at someone and you let out that sigh. It's a natural technique to relieve yourself from certain pains and ailments. And when it's directed at the people around you, then at that moment they are the ailment. But you might be naturally finding yourself doing that in some situations, especially if you're neurodivergent and you're just naturally spiritual. And the people around you go, "What? What's wrong? Did I do something? Why did you sigh?" And you have to explain time and time again, "No, I'm just breathing. That's just how I'm breathing right now. Nothing to do with you, don't worry." Because you're so in tune. That prolonged audible exhale relieves so much tension and begins to withdraw yourself into that inner world of healing. And you can laugh. I think if you're not laughing while meditating, are you really meditating? Laughter is the best medicine, isn't it? Meditation on health. Well, we should be laughing as much as we can, shouldn't we? If laughter is the medicine of life, taking life too serious is the poison. But there's that beautiful quote. I've never seen a serious flower. I've never seen a serious tree. I've never seen a serious star. I've never heard a serious wave crash on the shore. Nothing in this universe is serious. So why do we take ourselves so seriously when we don't have to? As Jesus said, if you had faith the size of a mustard seed, you would be able to move mountains. Faith is born by letting go of the seriousness of life to conform to our assumptions and conclusions, and generated by putting your awareness into the infinite possibility, which is anything but serious, but light and ethereal and dreamy. if you don't take your own body and its sickness seriously, and by seriously, I mean being so worried about being burdened by it, if you feel like this is just a wonderful dream, then as a lucid dreamer, nothing is stopping you from making this body into one that is more healed, comfortable to be in, full of love and light. If you don't take it serious, then you break the fourth wall and you become the writer of your story. But if you take the story too seriously, then you become bound by it. So to wake up is to become the storyteller. What story do you want written for the rest of your life? Imagine laughing at your destiny. Ho 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 ho. Ho ho ho, that's what's in store for me? No, no, no. And pulling out a dreamlike pen and writing into your own destiny what you want to see. I want to torment my children until I'm 120 years old. Forget about them being haunted by me when I'm dead. We'll both be so old simultaneously that I'll be haunting them while still alive. Write that in. I'm not going to worry about falling sick and ill for the rest of my life or being in pain. I'm not writing that into my story. I've learned that lesson already. I have other lessons to learn now. I know I'm not the body and mind. Oh Lord, I've learned my lesson. Thank you for giving me these experiences that have pushed me beyond to realize that you, O Divine, are my true self, and I am yours. Being that source, O Lord, please make this body able to be able to share as much love as is possible for the rest of my life. If it is your will for me to bring more love into this universe, O Lord, then may the health and welfare of my body and mind make it so that I am able to share your joy with all those who deserve to be receptive to it. Make it so, O Lord, that I do not entertain a single negative thought which creates vibrations in this body that lower me from my highest potential. O Father, O Mother of the universe, Fill me with grace, so that I know your glory and may be a shining light for everyone around me. Heal me not because I deserve it or because it is your duty, but so that I may be living proof to the world around that miracles are possible. May this healing come not because I need it, but because people need to learn my story. And if it is so, O Lord, that my story is one in which healing grace comes, so that others may be inspired to turn within also, then that would be an honor. I am receptive to that possibility. But if it is not so, then allow me to be open to whatever possibility will bring the most love and light to the world around me. And if it is necessary for another person to open up only by having my body to be existing in such a way that another person may learn the power of healing through their ability to help, then I become receptive to that grace through them too, O Lord, so that I may not limit myself from all the ways in which you deliver your miracles. May it be so. Amen. And now, my dear listeners, I want you to come out of this meditation as if you were waking up and everything were already healed. Invite in the energy of knowing what it's like to be healed. Just as you were to wake up from deep sleep and find that scar healed over, or your own mind feeling so much more happy. Allow yourself to embody what that feels like even now, and it shall be so. And we'll end with 3 conscious breaths to seal the deal as your handshake with the universe. And may all beings receive the same grace as we do. Amen and Namaste. And that concludes our Nididhyasana. And with that, we'll be closing today's Saṅgha very shortly. Thank you, dear G to infinity. Thank you, dear Kali, for the heart me that you had sent. Radhe, Radhe. And dear heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji. Thank you for your heart me and fast burst. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. A wonderful peace has filled you, dear Sovereign. You feel amazing, dear Cody Jane. You feel lighter now, Cher Cynthia. And all of that is accessible within. At any time. At any moment. Thank you, Talkintan, for your heart, me and Rose. Om Kamalir Maha Kalikaye Namaha. And dear Inevitable, thank you for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Hello, dear Lindy. I'm doing really well. Thank you for asking. How are you? I'm so glad to hear that the meditations we've been doing recently have been great to you, dear Billy. Thank you for doing your part in inspiring them out of me. Namaste, dear Usha. You're doing good, Lindy. I am so happy to hear that. Without further ado, well, actually, a little ado here and there. Thank you for being here, everyone. Even if it's in the last few minutes. Hello and goodbye. If any part of this live was valuable, do know that it won't be lost to time, and I'll upload the whole thing on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, as always. And with the help of a program I wrote and a service that I pay for, I take each video and I chapter it down to the minute, so that if you really want to get the most use out of a single part, you can click on exactly the timestamp that corresponds to that part. Also, the meditations and the readings have their own playlists, so you can catch up on any reading without having to be here live. And I don't put ads on any of my videos. Nighty night, dear Talkintan. What a beautiful Saṅgha. What a beautiful Saṅgha, dear G2 Infinity. Thank you for your time, dear Sovereign. Nighty night. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. That means, lead us from the real. No, lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from the real to the more real, to the surreal. Lead us from darkness to the light, and from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in our bodies and hearts and everything about us. May there be peace in our environment and everything around us. And may there be peace in the forces that compel us and all the actions that we perform with the world. The super real. Sure, Solaris, I like that. Reminder, look within to heal ourselves. Your highest self is the healer. Sometimes our body and mind gives us opportunities to become the healer. As such, grace is apparent even during the times of suffering. because it is during those times that we begin to be drawn upwards towards something beyond the limitations we experience here. It's very kind of you, dear Bra. And thank you. Monemia. That's how I pronounce your name. Monemia. Monemia. Now without further ado, thank you everyone for being here. If there's any way I can improve this space, please allow me to be held accountable. Anything that you see possible within me, do let me know so that I can be a better host next time. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace, and not just that, but add to all of the love and light shared within here. And much love, dear Jackie. You never have to apologize for not being here. And I know it sounds cheesy, but if I have made an impression on you, if anyone has made an impression on you, then you carry a piece of them in your heart wherever you go. So know that if you have love for me, then you've already moved me into your heart. I'm already there. Nothing I can do about that. So if this is your night or evening or morning or afternoon, whatever time it may be for you, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.